of our curricula and our programs, or how the teaching process takes place, or the pedagogy itself of teaching. Are these related directly to unemployment of our graduates or unemployment rate of our graduates? This is a question that we all need to internalize, we need to reflect, and as we finish the discussion, we would have come with some answers. So according to the World Bank, unemployment is the share of the labor force without work, but seeking for and available for work. That is unemployment. But we can go further. And this is not related to higher education institutions. Then youth unemployment is the rate or the percentage of economically active population between 15 and 24 years of age who are without work but looking forward to work. I've just checked again through the World Bank and the investment sector in Tanzania, and the unemployment rate generally for Tanzania in 2022 and 2023 was 2.61. Maybe not alarming, maybe it's alarming. And then the youth unemployment for the same years, it was 3.5, not very different from the general one. But when we go to graduate unemployment, we find that it is quite high compared to the general unemployment, which is 10.6. So we need to be concerned here. Our graduates are a component of the youth. And youth in Tanzania constitute 1/3 of the population and about 68% of the country's labor force. Now, some background information tells us that if we look at the World Economic Forum, which is a forum that publishes various reports on employment, unemployment, on gender gaps, and what have you. In 2017, it publishes the Africa Competitive Report, and it indicated that the African youth population will grow by 70% by the year 2035. And it says that the result can be twofold. It can either be a positive result, where we will have more workforce and therefore increase productivity and therefore definitely improve livelihood. But it can have a negative impact if our youths are not employable, or if we are not creating enough jobs. And the result is going to be negative, and therefore it will impact our economic status, and therefore will create hardships, will create social unrest, will create psychological impact, and therefore cohesion, society cohesion, and such negative impacts if our youths are not employable or if we cannot create jobs. Just to reflect on job creation. In developing world, we know job creation is mainly done by the SMEs, the small and the medium enterprises. And these are enterprises that employ maybe 5, 10, 3, and so forth, but it's less than 100 employees in SMEs. And this is completely different compared to the world, the developed world. And again, the Tanzania Investment Center report in 2024 indicated that these SMEs employ up to 37% and contribute greatly to the Tanzanian GDP. Today, when we were going around outside there, we could see these SMEs coming up from these graduates and students of the University of Dodoma. And actually 90% of Tanzania's businesses are SMEs. And this is despite the challenges of SMEs, which includes financing, it includes infrastructure, but importantly, I have highlighted in blue there, low education and skills. And this is where we come in as higher education institutions. We have other challenges like legal and regulatory frameworks, but the government is doing its part. The government, through banks and international partners, is playing its role of financing these SMEs. It is working on the regulatory frameworks, legal and regulatory frameworks, in making the environment for SMEs more positive. So, for us as higher learning institutions, what are we doing to make sure we support our graduates in that direction? And we know that SMEs are entrepreneurial in nature, and of course, they are innovative in nature. And this, again, this is where our youth graduates come in, and our role as educators come in. Well, as we discuss this, because we are talking of education, the strategic development goal number 4 on education says ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I look at myself. Here we have AI. If we cannot continue learning, we will be left behind, and we won't be able to do what we need to do. And the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development indicated that if universities in Africa do not collaborate in research, teaching, and community services, we may not achieve these strategic development goals. Again, higher education institutions, universities, we are at the center to make sure that these goals are achieved. All the goals generally. And from there, let us now look at ourselves. What is our objective as higher education institutions? Is to produce or to generate graduates who are workplace ready. And when we talk of workplace ready, we are talking about what our youths are doing out there. And we need to have more doing that. And this means we need to produce those graduates who are employable across all our colleges. It is nice, we have seen some of them are collaborating there, but really this is an inspiration for all of us as educators to make sure we support our graduates to come out and be able to start these SMEs we are talking about. And we need to look at skills, we need to look at competencies, we need to look at attributes. And when we talk of attributes, we know these are soft skills. for them to be employable. And as we are going to see, the definition of employability is not limited to being employed. It's not limited to being able to fit in a company where you are going to look for work. It is about creating your path and employing yourself. So employability, according to Transforming Employability for Social Change in East Africa, is about a person having the mindset, the potential, attributes, skills, purpose, ability, and the agility to define their path and create their own future. And we have seen that. So this is not something that is not attainable. It is attainable. And as we said, it is not limited for our graduates sending their certificates and letters. Some of them will tell you they have applied in 100 or so companies, but they have not been employed. And therefore, we should be concerned as higher education institutions, as educators. But we also need to bring other stakeholders on board. We were just discussing this morning about our regulators and our guidelines for quality training. So when we are concerned about employability, let us bring on board regulators, let us bring on board policymakers and community at large. And here we are talking of community, industry, meaning employers, etc. So let us all work to make sure our graduates are employable. It is our concern, not only receiving students and doing the teaching. Are we making sure that my students are actually going to get employed or employ themselves? So when we talk of skills, because we will talk of the factors of unemployability or employability, and one of them is skills. And skills is defined as the ability and capacity to use the existing knowledge. We have knowledge, we are embracing knowledge, and now we are going to embrace AI to carry out certain tasks that are required by that specific job in order to have achieving results. And when we talk of now employability or unemployability, we have three factors: either skills gap, skills shortage, or skills mismatch. And we are going to see higher education institutions actually. We are there, and it is our responsibility to take care of all these three factors. And three skills gap is a person that is missing certain skills, but they want the job, but they don't have the skills. So there is a gap. Some skills are missing. And it can be caused by either rapid industry evolution. Industries are changing in this era of technology, new technological advancements, but most importantly, inadequate skills as we train them. So again, we have a role there with gap. Skills shortage is when we do not have enough people with those skills. I'm not sure whether that is still true now, but causes could also be our education system, and failing to keep pace with the industry demands. Our jobs being transformed as technology sets in? Are we aligning with the industry, or are we producing graduates who have a shortage of these skills or less people? Then we have skills mismatch, and this is the biggest one. we have graduates who have the credentials, but they lack the skills. And again, here can be due to rapid technological advancements, shift of market demand, and of course, again, our education system that is not aligning with what is in demand out there in the job space. So what should we do to achieve or to be able to actually implement our objective of generating graduates who are workplace ready? Can we ask ourselves these questions? How have higher education institutions in Tanzania aligned our programs, our curricula? Of course, including the way we are teaching these students and the assessment. How are we assessing them? Are we aligning these with the industry? In other words, do industry inform higher education institutions all the time? Or are we actually consulting or researching what does the industry need now so that we can get inputs, so that we can have the content and, of course, the process, the learning activities, the assignments, the examinations aligning with the job market? So that is a question that we need to ask ourselves, and I'm sure we have the answers as we discuss today. Those answers, it's not that they are not there, but how far we are doing this is a question we need to ask ourselves. Another point is profiling the ideal graduate. We have a vision, and I look at our vision, University of Dodoma, is to become a center of excellence that offers value-added training. Value-added. We are already aligning ourselves differently from everyone else. It is a value-added training, research, and community service. So already our vision is there, clear, guiding us on how we should profile our graduate so that when they come to the various programs, we are already wanting to know what kind of graduate am I going to produce? Not how many hours I'm going to teach, am I going to finish the curriculum, it's. But what kind of graduate do I want to produce? That is profiling for the ideal graduate. And we have some suggestions. Well, these are just suggestions, and we can discuss on how to produce graduates who are workplace ready. I've put down these 3 points, but they are open for discussion. We need to ensure effective learning and the acquisition of the relevant knowledge, skills, and competencies. How we are going to do this, again, is something that we are going to discuss. Establish industry higher education linkages. And this is where we can get feedback. This is where we can also inform industry. This is the kind of program I have, and this is the kind of graduate I wanted to produce. Is this graduate going to fit in your workspace or not? And this is how we can actually reorganize our programs, even without having the revision cycle where you are revising actually more than 30%. But within 30%, we can revise our pedagogy, we can revise some of the content, as long as we do not go beyond the regulator's limit for requesting for approval. Of course, the last point is to ensure equity, inclusivity in teaching, research, and community service. And this aligns with value-added knowledge, and this aligns with the strategic development goal number 4 on education. So with the transformative learning, which we practiced, or which we introduced during the Transforming Employability for Social Change in East Africa, we have 5 dimensions. And the first dimension is to align to the needs of the job market. So consultation between the higher education institutions and the job market. But we talk of profiling our ideal graduate. What do our students need to know? And this is content. What do they need to know? And then, if this is what they need to know, where are they going to work? Are we making our learning space reflective of the working space, so that they don't feel foreign when they go out? They have already done some of the things which are in the workspace. And to do this, we had what we call joint advisory groups. Sometimes, some of them they call joint advisory boards. And we know who our stakeholders. If you go to Kobe, they know who the stakeholders are, definitely. And then we consult our stakeholders. What are their requirements? What do they need for a graduate to get employed in that sector? Once we discuss that, then now we look at our culture of teaching. How will they learn? How are our students going to learn to achieve what the industry is giving us as feedback? So the learning culture, the assessment culture, which should be towards building critical thinking and problem solving, because that is what they need. And during the profiling of a UDOM ideal graduate, these are the skills or attributes that were given by our own people, our lecturers, our managers, top managers, middle-level managers. They said that they need our students to be innovators. And we can see outside there, we have those already who are being innovators. To be problem solvers. I was talking with the Vice Chancellor there about those students who have started these SMEs. And we were saying, like, it's the challenge that has allowed them to do that. But they are becoming innovators. They are solving problems. They need to be problem solvers. They need to be self-reliant, critical thinkers, and most importantly, demonstrate professionalism, to be ethical and to have integrity, to be true to the products they are producing, to communicate well, to have those entrepreneurial skills, and most importantly, to be gender responsive. So these were our own attributes and skills which were identified by ourselves. Then we looked at the Inter-University Council of East Africa, and what they gave us, what they have published in 2014 is not very different from what our own stakeholders told us within the university: critical thinking, entrepreneurship, communication, teamwork, conflict management, and have high moral integrity. And when we met, we had a mix of stakeholders, external stakeholders. And again, if you look at what they have given, not very different from all of us, the internal stakeholders, the Inter-University Council of East Africa, talking of entrepreneurial skills, conflict management, critical thinkers, communication skills, and build a sense of ownership. So I thought I would just very briefly introduce transformative learning. And this is a style of learning where learners actively develop critical reflective thinking. And that means we must allow this to happen. It's our approach of teaching and assessment that is going to allow this. And learners can adjust their thinking as we guide them through this transformative learning approach. But most importantly here, academic staff need to develop the ability to teach for transformative learning, to teach for critical thinking and problem-solving skills. So we can embark on that, and I'm sure it is something that we can do. And I think this was at Kobe, I think, where a guest speaker was invited, and out during the activities, learning activities, they were learning and they were reflecting on how a certain problem is to be solved. So the group was discussing on a practical solution to various problems that are in that field. Well, so with transformative learning opposed to our banking system, well, the banking system is where we go, we teach, we go out. Where we go, we teach, we go out. But if we are teaching for transformative learning, there is a difference between sense making. In sense making, when you say something, oh, I see, and you leave it there. But with making meaning, it is somebody being touched, some personal emotional aspect, because they are doing it actively and they can appreciate. And with our traditional system is, do you understand? I understand. In meaning making, oh, I get it. I'm going to do something. There is a commitment to action by the learners. Then the opposite of making sense is I see how it connects with me. Already it is making change in the learner itself. And of course, it is to put it into action. And therefore, when students have made meaning, they will have a sense of ownership of the knowledge. And this is what was mentioned by all the stakeholders. It's external stakeholders, Inter-University Council of East Africa, and our own internal stakeholders. We had quotes from the lecturers who implemented the transformative teaching approach. And this, we have two quotes here. One said, it was addressing the need to get feedback and feed forward from the job market regarding our curricula, both content and training methods. Specifically, it was meant to bring out the soft skills required by the job market, that is critical thinking and problem solving. Another one said, transformative learning for critical thinking and problem solving transformed me and my students, but we need to be careful not to concentrate too much on pedagogy and leave out the hard skills, which I think this is a personal reflective statement, and it may apply to most of us, so that we know content is very important, the process of teaching is very important, but how we teach is most important. Students also, they had something to say a student, and these are students of UDOM, I cannot know how this program works, but it has positively and powerfully impacted my life on all levels. It is the best thing I have ever done, and I am so grateful for the experience. I'm definitely changed, and I am aligned with my life's path more than ever before. Another one said, this was clearly technology enhanced learning developed with the support of problem-based learning, inquiry-based learning, use of cases, video recorded lectures were also used as tools of learning, but most importantly, books and journaling helped me a lot. And we know our problem with our youths now, that paperback books are not very common. Most of our students now, they want e-books and they want alternative material or learning resources. But with the transformative learning, because the students will be given an assignment, you give a reference book, go and research, come and present. They found themselves able to use textbooks. So we need to be responsive and continuously learning and changing. I would end this first part by saying this statement: skills is the currency of today's world, because without skills, I'm not sure whether we will fit in the job market. If you allow me, moderator, I will move now very briefly on gender-responsive pedagogy. And gender-responsive pedagogy carries two meanings. One is being gender-responsive, which really is a process of recognizing the differences in women's and men's learning needs, but also the roles that have been assigned by society, and trying to minimize the impacts of these assigned roles, and of course minimize those that inhibit development because of those gender norms. And pedagogy, as we all know, is a method of teaching. So gender-responsive pedagogy is, we can define gender-responsive pedagogy as a teaching and learning process that takes care or considers the needs of both men and women in the learning space, or both male and female in the learning space. And really, experience has shown that men and women, girls and boys, they learn differently in the learning space. So being able to recognize and consider that is a gender-responsive pedagogy. We developed a framework. I'm not going to discuss too much on this. This framework has dimensions, and the inner circle contains those dimensions. And these dimensions include equity, equality, interaction. It includes stereotypes and so forth. And these are terminologies which we find normally in gender. On the outer, we have the spaces, the learning spaces. We have learning resources, we have learning methods, we have how we interact in the space. So our learning resources being biased, showing biasness, like these roles are played by women and these roles are played by men, or our learning methods, do they consider equity and equality in the learning space? Are we making sure both boys and girls are learning? Are we making sure that both males and females are learning in the learning space? What can we do? How do we organize our learning space so that both can learn effectively, both can acquire those skills effectively? So basically, this is what the gender-responsive pedagogy framework is talking about. I just wanted to summarize now. We are not saying we should do this or we should do that. We need to ask ourselves questions. What is working well and what is not working well in terms of preparing both female and male students in my learning space? That's what is working well, we improve it. What is not working well, we see how we can change it. Are there any differences in feedback from female and male students? If so, what are these and how can we correct them? What skills, competencies, and habits of mind are our university currently comparing to the students that we should be maintained? And then what skills, competencies, and habits of mind that students require are currently not being imparted in our learning space? So really, we ask ourselves, if there is something we need to change, we change. If we think there is nothing to change, then we improve and make sure we move forward with having the student at the center of learning. The effects of unemployability, as we have discussed, you have many university graduates and we have jobs. So we have graduates who do not have jobs and jobs with the unfilled vacancies. And this is based on the skills gap, mismatch, and that we discussed earlier. What can this cause at individual level? Definitely, it's going to impact when somebody is unemployed. There will be economic hardships. There will be deprivation of socialization, which may lead to low self-esteem, feelings of depression, rejection by the relatives and society generally. Now, when I was putting this image, I was also thinking, this is a healthy adult person sitting there looking for a job for food, but there is something else this person could do. There could be different options if they were thinking critically and solving a problem. And the rejection by relatives, by friends, it can lead into issues such as prostitution. But it can also lead into criminal activities such as physical theft, but also indulgence in criminal activities using ICT. We know these days kwenye mitandao ndio wizi unatokea kabisa. People are cheated and you produce money. People hack your phone, hack your account. And this is because of economic hardships. At country level, well, I know there are people who are guru on this. I'm just mentioning this here. We know there will be reduced consumer spending. There will be increased the fiscal budget of the country and therefore more burden to the government, worsening poverty and income inequality, and this definitely, it will reduce social cohesion for those who have and those who do not have. Loss of human capital and potential economic growth, and potential increase in social unrest. Tulikuwa na wale wa Dar es Salaam wanasema Panya Road and what have you. All these are economic products of economic hardships. So to the second part, my moderator. This part I'm going to just touch it, and I'm sure I'll have a lot of input from UDOM rather than me speaking much on this. But the question we are asking ourselves is, how has the advent of artificial intelligence affected our teaching learning in higher education? And this includes the assessment and research. Yesterday when I met the moderator, I was just telling him about what I realized. I'm giving assignment, online assignment, and I receive responses online, and I'm reading, and I'm impressed. Oh, these students, they have even gone further than what we discussed in class, only to realize I'm trying to mark ChatGPT. And this had gone on for the first test and then second one, and then I told myself, look here, why don't you go to AI and see what's happening? And so our students are far ahead. And we are talking of students who are ethical, we are talking of graduates who have integrity. And here we have AI. If we do not have policies, if we do not have proper regulations, I think it will be a disaster. So, but look at what is being said. UNESCO's working paper number 7 on artificial intelligence under the Education 2030 Framework for Action, which was published in 2019, stipulates that AI is a booming technology domain capable of altering every aspect of our social interaction. And it goes further to say, in education, artificial intelligence has begun producing new technologies and learning solutions that are now undergoing testing in different contexts. It shows that it is here and it is being useful. And with those with resource, those with knowledge and skills of AI, we can actually use AI and simplify our teaching, learning, assessment, supervision, etc., etc. Africa, and specifically Tanzania, where are we in this era of AI? You know, when I listen to what is being done at UDOM, and when I compare with many other universities in Tanzania, there is a big difference, okay? There is already a difference among us within Tanzania. But most importantly, there will be a big gap between developing and developed world. And in developed world, higher education institutions are weighing out on how to incorporate artificial intelligence into student assessment and supervision of coursework. It has gone that far. And the use of AI in higher education institutions, despite being useful, but it is posing very pragmatic questions on our role. What are we going to do as higher education institutions? So, one of the commissions or conference commissions in US stipulated that artificial intelligence, such as ChatGPT, is poised to enhance or disrupt professional work. Okay, such as agricultural technologies. We met those students up there, outside there, who are embarking on helping agricultural technologies, processing industry, and of course, medical diagnostics. On the other hand, we may think of workers. We still have those. I was listening to the opening speech of the Vice Chancellor. He was mentioning about the use of AI. And we can see AI, although we are thinking it may actually reduce in some sectors, those people who are needing jobs, but it can also be an opportunity where we can have more people working on feeding the system, because AI, as he said, it is human intelligence being put into artificial intelligence. Definitely, there are people who are preparing that. And it can be an important tool in supporting diagnostic, so even in medicine. And I know there is a project here on that aspect. We will hear it from the moderator. So what are our options as higher education institutions in Tanzania? It means we should focus on preparing students for tasks that cannot yet be automated or to outperform the AI system, because it is made by humans. You can still outperform it. I don't know. The gurus will tell us. Human activities or skills that go beyond the AI system, we still have those. We still have interpersonal communication. We still have judgment, empathy, problem solving. Once we input keywords in the AI, I don't know whether we can change. Until you change it, it will continue using those keywords and it will give you the same results. So we can train our critical thinkers and problem solvers who can actually change the way we interact with AI. So higher education institutions in Tanzania have two options: either to embrace it. I know UDOM is embracing AI. I'm not sure whether all other higher education institutions are embracing AI. Another option is to teach for critical thinking, problem solving, and gender responsive pedagogy. And we have these people who can perform those tasks which are not performed by AI. Challenges of AI in higher education institution in Tanzania. The first one I thought was ensuring inclusivity and equitable use of AI in the teachings and learning space and the research and consultants. We know our higher education institutions are at various levels with regard to technology, with regard to resources, with regard to equipment. So having inclusive and equitable use of AI may be a challenge. Another challenge is to safeguard ethics and integrity in teaching learning with leveraging of AI. We have already seen our students are ahead. I'm not sure whether they will be ethical in the use of AI if there is no guidance, if there is no regulations, if there is no frameworks that guide the use of AI. Promoting skills development for sustaining jobs in the era of AI. It is up to us as higher education institutions. We are at the center of producing all professionals. Safeguarding transparency and the auditable use of educational data. Currently, I'm sure we do not have policies yet. Maybe we will have policies, or our policies are still silent on the use of AI. So I think these are kind of things we need, kind of challenges we need to discuss and see how we can move on and embrace AI. Others, like Association of African Universities, they are saying it is critical that higher education institutions adopt progressive strategies to guide the usage of integration of imaging technologies such as artificial intelligence and use these opportunities to improve education outcomes. So we are all in agreement. we need to do something to be able to embrace AI. So let me thank you very much for paying attention to this talk, and I will return the mic to the moderator. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Fabian, and it's now time for question and answers, and I will moderate the session. If you have questions or if you are to contribute, you can raise up your hand, and then our ushers will give you a mic to speak. For the interest of time, we take 2 questions so that we proceed to other activities within our schedule. I don't see hands. That means maybe, if a professor speaks, sometimes can clear out the questions. I now see more hands. Okay. Let me start with Dr. Antonia for a question or maybe a contribution. Can have a mic and speak. Maybe you can use this as the...
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Fabian, for your very good presentation. I've grasped quite a number of points, but my contribution, speaking of graduate unemployment, it is not about graduate unemployment. And I'm speaking this when I want to respond to your question of what is not working well. What is not working well about our graduates is about confidence. It's about telling these graduates that you have given you the right skills. You have gone to a driving school. You cannot be a good driver on the same day. You need adequate time. It's about the expectation of the employers. A lot of expectations to our graduates on the very first day. We need to tell these young graduates, you have the skills and you are capable. You need adequate time to perfect your knowledge, skills, and the right attitude. So my submission to graduates, wherever they are, is about speaking to themselves that we are capable, able, we have gotten the right knowledge and skills. It's our time. Our seniors have given us the right skills. It's our time to deliver. It cannot happen in a day. It will need time.
Thank you. One more second.
One more second. Let us stop telling graduates that they are not capable. We need to encourage them and take advantage of whatever is available within our environment.
Thank you so much, Dr. Antoine. And I would like maybe a few graduates, maybe Because of that, maybe 2 chances. And I would appreciate, because our professor has insisted much on gender-responsive pedagogy. And I would really like to have maybe 2 female who can speak. Does AI create job or widen unemployment? 2 females graduate students rather than staff. No. Okay, yes, you can stand up. Maybe have a mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa Amada. Unfortunately, I'm not a graduate from UDOM, but from DECA. And I'm very happy to attend this event because level of unemployment outside is very alarming. Scary, na mostly inakuwa kila siku. I think there is a need to empower youth, to empower students when they're still in universities or college, that when they finish their studies, waangalie opportunities ambazo wanaweza kuzimaster, or you can find the area of your strengths and use it. For example, I'm a graduate from DECA. I studied medicine. It's very difficult to get employment nowadays, especially on your course. But when I finished my studies, I said, what can I do, or what can I use? Naweza kutumia skill gani ambayo nimejifunza nikiwa chuo to empower my fellow youth or for the community. So I think it's about empowering youth. Professor Flora ameongea kwamba skills, we have skills. We have knowledge. That's what I can contribute. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vanessa. I don't see any more hands, and that means the presentation was... Do we have hand? Yes, Baraden. Maybe the last one.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks the presenter for the nice presentation. For me, when I link this artificial intelligence and the critical thinking, something comes into my mind, and I have the following questions, which I think all of us should ask ourselves, from teachers and then to parents. The question is that we are thinking about this graduate to have the skills to cope with the job market or the employment, but to have the ability to think. But I have the following questions which I thought about. But are we the people to make them? Are we the right people to make them? And the other question is, where were we made to make them? Are we the right people to make them if we are teachers? Were we made to make them? And then the last question is, where do they come from? This university is where we pick students from primary, secondary, then to the university. Where do they come from? And then they are coming from schools which say that speak English only. And parents, we are happy that, oh, my kid is very brilliant because she can speak English. Only speaking English is a measure of the intelligence. And then we have the students who have spoon feeding from our families. Oh, my daughter, my son, don't do this one. You're going to get hurt. Creativity starts from home. And then we have the mom and dad busy for work. And the house girl is at home. So we need to think also when we are linking with this artificial intelligence.
But Adian, are you trying to say that higher learning institution does not have role to play? Or
yeah,
what are you trying to, I just want to know.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean that despite having a role to play, but the parents also have got a role to play.
Okay, thank you.
as parents. So we need to think about that also in order to cope with the artificial intelligence.
Thank you
very
so much. Thank you so much, Baradian. And it's like you are also supporting the keynote speak that we need to have an inclusive deployment and usage of artificial intelligence. And good luck enough, Professor. I just had 3 comments, no questions. You are lucky. And probably, you know, in most cases, if you speak artificial intelligence, always people think is IT-based kind of topic. And probably that could be a source of making people shying away from giving comments. But artificial intelligence is a multi-sectoral field. It doesn't rely only to IT or ICT, but it has application in many other fields. And maybe I will give 1 minute to our keynote speaker to respond to some of the comments that was given out, and then I will wind up as a moderator for this session. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much for the comments from the graduate and from our facilitators of learning. I think we are all agreeing that higher education has a role to play. And about giving them the skills, the competencies, and the attributes, I think we have a central role there. As soon as the student comes to the university, they come with expectations. I'm going to be a project manager. I'm going to be an economist. I'm going to be a financial advisor. We need, as educators, to give them the right environment, the right skills, the right attitudes, the right attributes for them to go out there. When we say we should produce graduates who are workplace ready, it really means that. And we can allow them to start small. When I see these groups out there, they are starting small, but these are the ones who are going to go big. But if we have the attitude that I'm a graduate, I'm going to be a financial manager tomorrow. So the critical thinking aspect, that is where it comes in. And of course, they can solve the problems because they are critical thinkers. Instead of theoretically thinking they are going to be very big, they will finish, they will buy a car tomorrow, because these are the kind of features we see in our graduates. So we have a role to play. We have a role to play to support the government. If the government is supporting SMEs, we need to produce people who can actually create those SMEs. And SMEs are the ones that grows. How kina walioanzisha makampuni makubwa duniani, they started somewhere. Hata hapa AI tunayoizungumzia leo, tumesikia historia yake, alitupa VC. Ni mtu alitoka akaanza kidogo, ikakua kidogo. Now it is here. It is the giant that is now leading the world. But it was started on a day. Waswahili wanasema hata mbuyu ulianza kama mchicha. Those are the kind of attributes we need to impart to our learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Dr. Flora, Professor Flora. Thank you so much. And as the Vice Chancellor mentioned in the beginning, yes, the University of Dodoma has decided to read the role on the use of artificial intelligence. And in that way, the University of Dodoma is hosting a center for artificial intelligence called the African Artificial Intelligence Lab. And we are trying to address 4 key issues. One is the skill gap. So we have tried to support students who are working within the University of Dodoma and beyond the University of Dodoma to have the right skill for artificial intelligence. The second issue that we are addressing is the issue of infrastructure. In order to have the meaningful usage of artificial intelligence, you really need to have high computing resources like GPU. At the University of Dodoma, we are hosting a high computing GPU server which can help to run the artificial intelligence application. The third issue that we're also trying to address, as the professors mentioned, is the issue of inclusion. We understand artificial intelligence is no longer a new field. It existed since 1956 when it was first mentioned. But we really have very few AI engineers. We really need to have females and both boys and girls to undertake and develop artificial intelligence application. The fourth one, which the University of Dodoma is trying to address, is the issue of data sets. In order to benefit and have a meaningful usage of artificial intelligence, for real, you need to have a huge amount of data. So the University of Dodoma is hosting for the first time the artificial intelligence data repository, which is also having a lot of data ranging from health, agriculture, digital economy, together with environment and climate change. So all of this is to make sure that the University of Dodoma is leading the way as we have discussed. In that, I really appreciate for your listening and welcome for the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Naomba tuongeze makofi. Asante sana. We would also like to thank the online participants that have also participated in our meeting for today and the keynote presentation. Thank you. Now we are getting to the next part of our program for today. Once again, ushers, I would like to request you to lead our members of the high table so that we can get to this session. The session progressing right now is with regard to the issuing of awards and certificates to different graduates as well as students. So this again is an announcement to those awardees that are going to be receiving different awards. We are going to be coming to the stage using the stairs on my right hand side. Tutakuja kwa upande huu, tutachukua zawadi na tutaondoka kwa kutumia ngazi za upande wangu wa kushoto. So for the awardees, please, as we'll be joining the stage, please come through my right hand side stairs and you will leave the stages by using the left hand side stairs. Now, for this part, ushers, once again, please lead the members to partake into this exercise. Thank you very much, ushers. Now for this part, I would like to cordially welcome the Director of Undergraduate Studies, Dr. Victor George, who is going to present us the names of different students and graduates that are receiving different awards and certificates for today. Daktari, karibu sana.
Dear Vice Chancellor of the University of Dodoma, today there will be 4 categories of prize awards to recognize exemplary performance of students in different categories. And these categories are the Vice Chancellor's Academic Excellence Award, College Principals, Institute Directors, School Dean's Academic Excellence Awards, and Special Interest Group Academic Excellence Award, and then there will be issuance of certificate of recognition to different students who have performed well on different competitions. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chancellor, the first award is College Principals Institute Directors School Dean's Academic Awards, and this will be presented to 3 students. And to qualify for this award, the student must have obtained an overall GPA of not less than 4.4. So, Mr. Vice Chancellor, from this category, we will have 3 students. The first one is Musa Miano from College of Business and Economics, who was pursuing BA in Economics, and he scored an overall GPA of 4.4. Musa Miano. Principal, the College of... Get prepared, the principal from the College of Natural and Mathematical Sciences. Next is Stephen Luhelo Mlogolo. Stephen Luhelo Mlogolo was pursuing Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Statistics, and he scored a GPA of 4.5. Stephen Luhelo Mlogolo. The Director of Confucius Institute, please get prepared. Next is Lea M. Shimondongwe. Lea M. Shimondongwe, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Oriental Languages, BA Chinese. She scored a GPA of 4.5. Lea M. Shimondongwe. Are you for? Okay. Thank you. The next prize category is Special Interest Group Academic Excellence Award, and here we will have 2 categories, one from the National Microfinance Bank, and the second will be from the CMS Award. So to qualify for this award, a student must have obtained a cumulative GPA of not less than 4.0. From this group, again, we have 3 students. Okay. I've been told that there is a session for pictures for this award. Makofi kwa wanafunzi wetu waliofanya vizuri. Thank you. We move to the next category. Naomba niwainue tena meza kuu kwa ajili ya kategori nyingine. So the National Microfinance Bank, NMB, is awarding 3 students. And these students are not others but Musa Miano, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Economics and scored a GPA of 4.4 from College of Business and Economics. Musa Miano. NMB, please. Representative from NMB. Okay, basi nenda upate mkono from the university management. Your award will follow you, Mr. Miano. Next is Stephen Luhelo Mlogoro, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Statistics, and scored a GPA of 4.5. Stephen Luhelo Mlogoro. And the last one, again, is Leah M. Shimondongwe, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Oriental Languages, BA Chinese. She also scored a GPA of 4.5. This one is not available, so a picture again with the university management. Thank you. Amba ni tena meza kuu kwa kategori nyingine. And this is from CMS Award. CMS Group, please. CMS Group is awarding best students from the Department of Mining and Mineral Processing Engineering. These are the students who are eligible for CMS Awards. And from this category, we have 4 students. The first one is Marwa Anna G, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Mining Engineering, and she got an A in Best Drilling Project. Marwa Anna G. Next is Baha Philemon J, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Metallurgy and Mineral Processing Engineering. She got an A, again, in Mineral Processing Project. He got an A, he's a male. Baha Philemon J. Next is Bugaye Adelaida K, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Mining Engineering. She's the best in Mining Engineering Project. She scored an A. Bugaye Adelaida K. I think we were in conformity with the keynote speaker on the gender responsive pedagogy. Next, this goes to the, this is the overall best students in the department, and this goes to Masangwa Emmanuel J. Emmanuel J, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Mining Engineering. He got a GPA of 4.1. Best overall student in the department. A picture, please, with the university management. And CMS group. Thank you very much, CMS group, for recognizing our students. Thank you. Ni zoezi kidogo kwa management leo, simama kaa. Please, the next prize award, and this is for UDOMASA. UDOMASA is awarding awards to all students who performed better in their academic units. So we have 11 students who will be awarded by UDOMASA. So please again, the management. The first one goes to Evantius Mombeki Evodius from the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. She was undertaking BA in Education, and he scored a GPA of 4.2. Evantius. BA in Education from the College of Humanities and Social Sciences. The next award goes to Musa Esimiano again from Kobe, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Economics and scored a GPA of 4.4. Next is Epifania Ernest Kawawa, pursuing Bachelor of Education in Science from College of Education. Epifania Ernest Kawawa, she scored a GPA of 4.3. Next is Lamla Mbaraka Mponela, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Environmental Sciences from Koese. She scored a GPA of 4.3. Lamla Mbaraka Mponela. The next award goes to Stephen Luhelo Mlogolo. Stephen Luhelo Mlogolo, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Statistics from CNMS with a GPA of 4.5. First class safi kabisa. Next, Hosea Philemon Jonas. Hosea Philemon Jonas, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Business Information Systems from SAIV, scoring a GPA of 4.1. Next is Lea S. Shimondongwe again, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Oriental Languages, BA Chinese from Confucius Institute with a GPA 4.5. Unfortunately, she's not around today. And the next award goes to Edwin Ala Daniel, pursuing Bachelor of Arts in Project Planning, Management and Community Development from IDS with a GPA of 4.2. Edwin R. Daniel. Next is our learned colleague, Oko Busa Mwanda, pursuing Bachelor of Laws from School of Law. Then the brother Oko Busa Mwanda, scoring a GPA of 4.2. Then next is Frank Cyprian Komba, Doctor of Medicine from School of Medicine and Dentistry, with a GPA of 4.2. Frank Cyprian Komba. And last but not least in this category is Hajira Mumba Jafari, pursuing Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics from School of Nursing and Public Health with a GPA of 4.0. Hajira Mumba Jafari. A group photo, please, with the management. Thank you. Next is the certificate of recognition. Dear Vice Chancellor, the following students will be awarded certificates of recognition or appreciation for their exemplary performance in different inter-university competitions. And Mr. Chair, these students will be presented in groups, but will be awarded their certificate later. So I will. So the first group, Mr. Vice Chancellor, is the 16 students who constituted the UDOSO Electoral Committee for the 2024 general election. Mr. Chair, these 16 students will be awarded with certificate of recognition. Next to this, Mr. Chair, 27 students will also be awarded certificate of recognition for their exemplary performance at the 2024 Cyberstar competition. And next, Mr. Vice Chancellor, is recognition of 5 students who will be awarded certificate of recognition for their exemplary performance at the 2024 East African Intervarsity competition. And next, Mr. Vice Chancellor, is recognition of 6 students who will be awarded certificate of recognition for their exemplary performance at the 2024 Huawei ICT Academy competition. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chancellor, I would now request with your team to stand up again. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chancellor, this year, the Benin National Computer Security Incident Response Team organized the qualification stage of the Next Gen Cyber CTF from October 24 to 28, 2024, bringing together passionate from SADC, 16 countries. This CTF was organized as part of the 2024 First African CET Symposium, Africa and Arab Regions. Mr. Chair, there were a total of 354 students who participated in this competition. Only the top 16 qualified for the final stage of the competition. And the final was done from November 26 to 28, as I have said, in Livingstone, Zambia. And there were 3 finalists. And the winner from that competition is one of our own, who is Samson Alexis, who emerged number 1 out of 354 participants from 16 countries. Now I'll call Samson Alexis in front. Alexis will get an opportunity to have a picture with the management of the university. Please, have a seat. Thank you. Thank you, Alexis and Saif. And congratulations to all our winners. And that marks the end of this award-giving session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jamani, makofi ya mwisho. Watu wanastahili makofi mengi mengi. Thank you very much. Now we are finished. We are through with our first part of our program for today. We are moving to the next part of our program. And in this part, we are going to have our meeting, the Convocation Annual General Meeting, that is going to be led by the President of Convocation. Now, may I welcome the President of Convocation, Professor Abiudi Kaswamila, as he is going to lead and chair us through this meeting. Ushers. Okay, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may we please have a round of applause as we welcome the President of Convocation to chair us through the Convocation Annual General Meeting, the 15th Convocation Annual General Meeting. Professor, karibu sana. Karibu.
Hebu fungua hii ya mwenyewe. Wajumbe, habarini za mchana. Mimi tunatumia sasa Kiswahili, tunabadilisha tone kidogo. Kwa hiyo nadhani kikao chetu hiki tutakiendesha kwa Kiswahili. Nadhani agenda za mkutano wetu mkuu wa kitaaluma mnazo. Confirmation ya quorum nadhani imetimia kwa idadi ya wajumbe ambao wako hapa. Nadhani pia tunazikubali agenda za kikao chetu cha leo cha AGM. Sasa kabla ya kuendelea na agenda ya pili, ni vyema kwa sababu leo ndio mwisho wangu wa kuwa president wa Convocation, kwa sababu nilianza 2020 na muda wangu ulikuwa unakwisha 2023 mwaka jana, lakini niliongezewa muda pamoja na Excom yangu kwa mwaka mmoja, kwa condition kwamba tukamilishe uwepo wa katiba ya Convocation. Kwa wale ambao wamekuwepo hapa UDOM muda mrefu, Convocation ya kwetu ya kwanza ilikuwa ni ya 2013. Kwa hiyo mwaka jana ile constitution ilikuwa inatimiza miaka 10. Kwa hiyo bahati nzuri sasa this year constitution tayari ipo, ambayo tayari imeshakuwa approved na University Council. Kwa hiyo kulingana na ratiba nadhani utafika muda ambapo ikitupendeza nadhani itakuwa launched. Sasa kabla ya kuanza na agenda ya minutes, ningependa nichukue nafasi hii kuhighlight mambo kadhaa ambayo katika kipindi changu kuanzia 2020 mpaka mwaka huu ni nini kimefanyika, particularly kulingana na zile resolutions au recommendations ambazo zilikuwa zinatolewa na AGM. Kwa ujumla kwa hiyo resolutions na recommendations ambazo zilikuwa zinatolewa na AGM kwa miaka hiyo, kulikuwa na low turnout in convocation meetings. Kwa hiyo tulivyoanza nadhani kwa 2020 attendance ilikuwa very very poor. Kwa mfano 2020 ni wajumbe tu 90 walikuwepo, lakini mwaka jana attendance ilifikia watu 410. Kwa hiyo nadhani kulikuwa na improvement, lakini kama alivyoongea makamu mkuu wa chuo awali ni kwamba idadi hiyo bado ni ndogo sana. Kwanza kwa academic staff tu, kama tutajiorganize vizuri kama alivyopendekeza kwamba maybe next year mkuu wa chuo anakuwa pale, mkuu wa chuo anakuwepo, anakuwa na wakuu wa idara wanakuwa na watu wao pale. Hiyo itasaidia sana kuongeza participants. Kingine ambacho kilikuwa kinazungumziwa sana kwenye AGM zetu ni low convocation fee collection. Kwa muda mrefu katika kipindi changu, nadhani kwa mfano mwaka 2020 pesa iliyokusanywa kutoka kwa academic staff ilikuwa ni 140,000 tu. Ni kiasi cha chini sana, lakini mwaka 2022 tulipata 2,500,000. Kidogo kukawa na increase, lakini tunao uwezo mkubwa kabisa wa kupata kiasi kikubwa sana cha pesa ambacho kitaweza kusaidia shughuli za convocation. Kwa hiyo kwa sababu kama inavyosema muda wangu unamalizika leo, nina matumaini kwamba president atakayechaguliwa, lakini na Excom yake, nadhani watajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba mapato ya convocation ya. Swala jingine ilikuwa ni fundraising. Bahati nzuri fundraising mwaka jana kwa wale waliokuwepo imefanyika. Kuna ripoti ambayo inaonyesha tulikuwa kwa ajili ya fundraising ifanyike kwa ajili ya wanafunzi wenye uhitaji maalum, na tegemeo ilikuwa ni kupata 1,300,000, lakini as of now nadhani tumeweza kupata zaidi ya 20,000,000 na ambayo ni development nzuri. Kwa hiyo hicho kilifanyika. Kingine ni kutengeneza database kwa ajili ya wanafunzi wa alumni kwa ujumla, na hili lishafanyika na linaendelea kufanyika. Kukutana na simplification of e-collections, hili nalo limefanyiwa kazi. Nadhani tutaona kwenye agenda itakayohusiana hiyo, tutaona modalities ambazo zimekuwa proposed kwa ajili ya kukusanya. Kingine ni promotion of professionalism, ambayo ni mambo ya public lectures, kuwepo na public lectures. Bahati mbaya hiyo hatujafanya mafanikio makubwa sana, lakini kwa ujumla ni listi ndefu. Niseme tu kwamba kati ya haya maazimio ya AGM kuanzia mwaka 2020 mpaka 20 na mpaka mwaka huu tumefanikiwa kwa asilimia zaidi ya 60, karibu asilimia 65. Nadhani hiyo ni kazi nzuri, na hii imetokana kwa kweli na mambo mengi. Kwanza ni ushirikiano mzuri kati ya Convocation Office na ofisi ya DCI ya Director wa Internationalization, lakini pia na ushirikiano mzuri na University Management na Excom. Excom nadhani wamenisaidia sana, tumekuwa tunahangaika kuhakikisha kwamba mambo yanakwenda vizuri. Kwa hiyo kwa ushirikiano huo ndio maana tumeweza kupata achievement hiyo ya more than zaidi ya asilimia 65 ya maazimio yote yaliyokuwa yanatolewa na AGM. Kwa hiyo nichukue nafasi hii kuipongeza Excom, lakini nichukue pia nafasi hii kumpongeza Dr. Lulu ambaye ni acting director wa mambo ya internalization, na nimshukuru sana Professor Ernest Anderson DVC PFA. Kwa kweli ametusaidia sana katika kufanikisha masuala ya convocation, pamoja na shughuli zake nyingi za kiutawala. Tulikuwa tunashiriki naye kwenye vikao. Mimi nilikuwa kama rais nilikuwa nafarijika sana. Kwa hiyo nichukue nafasi hii kukupongeza sana Profesa kwa ushirikiano wako, na ninaamini kwamba hata uongozi mpya utakaokuja utatoa ushiriki wako kama uliotoa kwetu, na asante sana. Sasa baada ya kusema hayo, twende sasa kwenye agenda yetu inayofuatia ni confirmation ya minutes za mkutano wetu wa 14. Secretariat, naomba utuongoze kikao cha 14 cha AGM kilichofanyika tarehe 29 mwezi wa 11 2023. Kuna kurasa 11, tutapita ukurasa mmoja mmoja, na kama kuna comment yoyote basi assumption yangu ilikuwa ni kwamba hizi documents zina kila mmoja, kumbe nia ilikuwa assumption yangu. Niliashumu kwamba hizi documents zina kila, kwa hiyo sinabidi tuangalie kwenye nini. Okay. Kwa hiyo director ananiambia kila zilitumwa kwa wajumbe. Kwa hiyo nadhani tutakwenda ukurasa baada ya ukurasa. Ukurasa wa kwanza utaipata. Ya wajumbe, samahani, nadhani tulichodhani kwamba tulikifanya mapema kwamba wajumbe wapelekewe soft copies za documents hizi, na kwamba leo hapa ilikuwa tu ni mtu ana document yake pale anaangalia au tayari alishaandaa comment, lakini bahati mbaya hatuna document ambayo hakuna files ambazo zina hizi documents. Kwa hiyo naomba tu kwa ridhaa yenu nisome, tupitie, tutaongozwa na secretariat tuweze kupitia minutes za kikao cha 14 cha kilichofanyika tarehe 29 Novemba katika ukumbi huu. Nadhani mmenipa ridhaa. Silence ina maana kwamba sawa. Secretariat, nadhani tupitishe kwa ukurasa wa kwanza, nadhani ni majina ya walioshiriki, ukurasa wa pili hivyo hivyo. Kwa hiyo labda kwa hili tutakwenda, washiriki walikuwa ni 410 na tuliweza, nadhani hii list labda unless kama mtu hakuona jina lake wakati kwenye hiyo soft copy aliyopata aweze kutukumbusha ili tuweze kuongezea hayo majina. Kwa hiyo washiriki walikuwa ni 410. Lakini kama kuna mtu ambaye jina lake ameangalia hakuliona jina lake, anaweza kainua mkono na hilo jina tukaliongeza. Sasa tupeleke kwenye agenda sasa, labda kwenye ini summary kwa kifupi.
Asante President. Ni kweli wajumbe tulishare documents kwa wajumbe wote, na kuna baadhi ya wajumbe ambao walishaweza kushare na sisi hata baadhi ya marekebisho au comments. Katika minutes za kikao kilichopita tulikuwa na agenda ya kwanza ambayo ilikuwa ni ya kufungua mkutano na kuconfirm quorum ambayo ilikuwa confirmed na agenda zilikuwa adopted. Katika kuconfirm minutes zilizopita zilikuwa confirmed na baadhi ya mambo yalitokea kama matters arising ambayo nitaomba niyawasilishe kama kwenye kipengele cha matters arising. Kipengele cha mwisho kulikuwa kuna agenda ya ripoti ya rais wa Convocation ambapo alizungumzia mambo kadhaa ikiwepo baadhi ambao ameyaripotia leo in terms ya mafanikio, including establishing the database for graduates, but also establishing a calendar and activities for Convocation, and to encourage different ways to improve participation of members of the Convocation into the annual general meetings, and also to assess and propose the best modalities of institutionalizing Convocation fees for the members at the University of Dodoma. Several recommendations came out of these, and some of these will be presented as matters arising in terms of the stage at which they have been undertaken. And then the last item before closing our agenda was on Convocation, Constitution and Election. It was informed that the tenure of the President of the Convocation and Excom of 3 years has lapsed, and further informed that there is a need to develop a Convocation Constitution, and it was agreed that the President of the Convocation and the Excom to continue with another year until when the Constitution is developed and the election to take place. And a chairperson to lead the process of developing the Constitution was appointed in that meeting. That is the summary of the minutes that were shared to members. Mr. President, if you allow me, following is to request your meeting if they accept the minutes of the previous meeting. And maybe we can also propose on the modalities of the way to share the documents for the meeting in the future. It will be helpful.
Yeah, asante. Wajumbe, hizo ni minutes za kikao chetu cha mkutano wetu wa 14. Nadhani mmesikia, hii ni summary form. Mnazikubali kama zilivyo? Okay, asante. Kwa hiyo zimekubalika. Kwa hiyo tunakwenda kwenye agenda nyingine ni ambayo ni matters from the 14th, matters arising kutokana na hicho kikao. Nitakusumbua tena uendelee.
The following are the matters arising from the 14th UDOM Convocation meeting that was held on 29th November 2023. The first minute was on development of alumni portal. It was recommended that alumni portal should be developed, and directives have been taken into consideration, and the development of the portal is still in progress. Members are requested to note. The second one is on the Convocation calendar. It was recommended that a calendar for scholarly activities for alumni and members of the Convocation to be developed, and there's a proposal for the calendar for alumni activities and Convocation, and this includes continuing holding the Convocation annual general meeting, holding alumni exhibitions, third, planning an UDOM marathon, fourth, a public lecture in partnership with Masa, and fifth is alumni get-together event for networking purposes. Your meeting is requested to note and endorse this calendar.
Nitamsumbua sana pumzike, mimi niendelee. Nitakuwa ili tusipoteze muda sana. Kwa hiyo hii matters arising ya pili hii inahitaji discussion. Kama mlivyokuwa mmetutuma, Convocation activities proposals ziko hapa. Ni kwamba Convocation annual general meeting proposal ni kwamba itakuwa inafanyika November na December, na objective yake basically ni kukutana, lakini pia kudiscuss scholarly works, lakini pia na networking na fundraising. Kwa hiyo convocation meeting kati ya November na December. Alumni exhibitions nazo zitakuwa zinafanyika November na December kama zilivyo leo. Nadhani pale nje mmepita, kuna exhibitions mbalimbali za alumni. Lakini namba 3 ni UDOM marathon. Tuna propose kwamba kama njia moja yako pia ya kupata pesa, revenue kwa ajili ya convocation, ni kwamba tunapendekeza kuwe na UDOM marathon ambayo itakuwa inafanyika kati ya November na December. Kwa hiyo katika kipindi hiki cha convocation kuwe na tukio hilo, na nia kubwa ni kwa ajili ya fundraising, lakini pia branding na database. Fundraising, networking, database na branding. Kingine, activity nyingine ambayo imependekezwa na muda wake ni public lecture in partnership with Masa, kwamba hizi public lectures ziwe zinafanyika lakini in partnership na Masa, na muda tunaopendekeza ni kati ya mwezi wa 3 na wa 4. Alafu kingine kilichopendekezwa ni alumni get together, kwamba hii iwe inafanyika kati ya Aprili na Mei. Hizo ndizo convocation calendar ambayo tuliagizwa tuifanye, na that is our proposal. Sasa hii ni ya kudiscuss na kuendorse. Wajumbe, mnasemaje juu ya hili? Mawazo juu ya hii convocational calendar ambayo imekuwa presented kwenu. Mawazo? Karibu, Dr. Unakubaliana? Naona unainua mkono. Yes. Okay.
Nashukuru, ni mawazo mazuri ili kuruhusu flexibility. Kwa mfano unaposema marathon November December, tunaweza tukawa tunajinani sana. Nadhani ambacho tungekuwa tunapitisha ni hiyo activity, flexibility ndizo zikawepo, lakini tusiseme kwamba itafanyika November December kabla ya graduation. Tunaweza tukaona hata mwezi huu itakiwa graduation November lakini ifanyika December, yani stuff like that. Kwa hiyo tunapopitisha tuwe na hiyo understanding. Kwamba graduation haiwezi ikawa kila siku November.
Ni mawazo mazuri. Naomba Dr. usuggest muda.
Kusuggest kwa purpose ya hiki kikao.
Yes.
Ni kupitisha hiyo activity. Lakini kwenye muda ni wazo zuri, lakini tunaposema November December marathon.
Yes.
Kwa kipindi kama, yani kuna flexibility, kuna mambo mengi yanaweza yakatokea. Kwa hiyo tunapopitisha, mchango wangu ni kwamba tuwe na hiyo understanding kwamba tutakapoona marathon haifanyiki December, inakuwa kama wakati huu it is raining, na tunajua rain itakiwa itokee labda tarehe 23 December, au uchaguzi kama tulivyoona tarehe zimebadilika, badala ya kufanya November tunafanya graduation, badala ya kufanya November tunafanya December. Sasa nilikuwa nachochangia hapa kwa purpose ya wajumbe wote hapa, tunapotoka tuwe na huo uelewa kwamba hizi ni indicative, kuna hizo flexibilities.
Asante kwa mawazo. Mwingine, karibu.
Asante. Niliona kwenye Convocation annual general meeting kwamba ni November na December. Nika bear in mind kwamba inawezekana ni kwa sababu hii meeting lazima iwe karibu na graduation. Sijajua kama kuna uwezekano wa kuwa rescheduled kuwa kabla ya graduation na wakati mwingine. Otherwise nilikuwa nafikiria hii UDOM marathon pamoja na alumni get together imewekwa April and May. Kwa nikawa nafikiria labda kama inawezekana wakati huo unafanya marathon then kunakuwa na get together hapo. Na maana unaunganisha vitu vinakuwa vinafanyika wakati mmoja. Sababu na wasiwasi November na December wakati tunawaza graduation hapa, tunawaza mambo ya zawadi, tunawaza pia mambo ya marathon. Inaweza kuwa challenging, bear in mind pia masuala ya hali ya hewa. Kwa napendekeza kama hii marathon ingepelekwa ikiwa inafanyika April May, ipate airtime nzuri kabisa kwamba kuna marathon then get together na tukaweza kuitangaza vizuri zaidi. Asante.
Asante kwa mawazo mengine. Ya, ninashukuru kwamba hii kalenda imepita. Kuna mkono? Okay. Karibu Profesa.
Asante, tunashukuru. Nadhani proposal ya agenda ni nzuri, ila nitaka kukumbusha tu kwamba people are taking advantage ya eneo kubwa la UDOM kuorganize marathons. And there is one which is organized around June, na it pulls crowds. Kwa hiyo inaweza ikadilute ya kwetu. Kwa hiyo ni kwa nadhani I support the Ntwenya's idea kwamba tukubali concept ya kwamba tuwe na marathon. Lakini the executive committee inaweza kuscan around ikaona what will be the best time. Tuleta some flexibility hapa ili ikishapita Dodoma City Marathon hapa inaweza kuwa ngumu pia kuattract watu wengine kwa sababu lengo letu ni kuhakikisha wale wote ambao wana participate kwenye Dodoma City Marathon waje kwenye UDOM Marathon. And the aim should be to profile UDOM through the marathon. Kwa hiyo nadhani, in my opinion, tuwe na flexibility kidogo. I would propose that. Hilo ni moja kwenye marathon. We're talking about all these, yes? Ndio. Ya pili ni a public lecture in partnership with the UDOMASA. Mine is an appeal to UDOMASA. The academic activities za kuitangaza university, they are core to the function of UDOMASA. Kwa sababu, nataka kuwa honest, tusipo raise the profile ya hizi, wakati mwingine mtu anashindwa kutofautisha between the role ya THTU na role ya UDOMASA in a university. Tuwe honest. Nadhani role ya UDOMASA ni kupromote the university through academic activities. Kwa hiyo mimi ninafurahi kwamba Excom imeleta wazo hili, lakini natamani kuona viongozi wa UDOMASA wanalichukulia more seriously hili. The advantage ambayo UDOM inayo relative to other universities in this country ni kwamba we can get all the high profile people in the government wakaja hapa wakatoa lectures zao. And that is part of engagement between the university and the government and the other institutions. Because if we engage them like this, chances are, if you have something you want to get from the government or such officials, we are going to get them. They need recognition and we have to recognize. There are many of them. Kwa hiyo mimi naomba, nimemwona makamu mwenyekiti hapa UDOMASA, nimemwona na treasurer. I think this should be the agenda number 1 ambayo mnatakuwa kuizungumzia na kupromote this. It's going to do a lot to our university na nafikiri it's going to do a lot pia to the profile of UDOMASA as an association of academicians. Asante mwenyekiti.
Asante makamu mkuu wa chuo kwa mchango wako. Nadhani ndugu wajumbe tumekubaliana kwanza ni kwamba hii kalenda imekubalika, lakini kutakuwa na flexibility. Kwa hiyo we believe kwamba uongozi mpya utakaokuja utachakata haya mawazo yaliyotolewa na kwenye AGM hapa, hasa hili la public lecture, la marathon, muda appropriate utakuwa ni upi. Kwa hiyo nashukuru kwa mawazo hayo, nadhani tuendelee. Nyingine ni namba 3, ilikuwa ni convocation fees. It was agreed that convocation fees should be operational. Na the proposal on the modalities for the collection of convocation fees has been developed, and they will be tabled to the convocation Excom and university organs for approval before being widely communicated to members before finalization. This will be completed in the financial year 2024-25. Kwa hiyo badala ya to receive and discuss, nadhani ni to note. Kingine ni sources za convocation income, namna ya kupata pesa kwa ajili ya convocation. It was recommended that various means to enhance income, such as fundraising, convocation fees, and the selling of alumni souvenirs should be considered. The Convocation Secretariat has communicated and reached out to different supporters as fundraising initiatives. Further, the office has followed up on the pledges made during the 14th AGM, and the fundraising report will be submitted to the 15th AGM. Kwa hiyo in matters rising, kwa hiyo tutaona tutakapofika kwenye agenda hiyo. Kwa hiyo ni to receive, I think. Maybe we discuss later tutakapokuwa tumefika kwenye kipengele hicho. Convocation constitution. It was agreed that the convocation constitution to be prepared. The constitution has been prepared and will be submitted at this meeting. The process of the preparation where the one was the appointment of the team. So 5 members were appointed basically to prepare a constitution. And then the draft constitution was tabled to the convocation 6th Excom. And then after incorporation of comments, the draft was submitted to the university meetings, such as 6th ACRPCC on 26th July 2024, and to the 108th Senate on 19th August for inputs and recommendations. Thereafter, the draft was submitted to the 87th University Council meeting held on 2nd September for approval. The approved constitution was circulated to members of the convocation on 19th November. The concession team will be launched during the 15th AGM. Kwa hiyo niseme tu kwamba agizo hilo lilitekelezwa na huo ndio mchakato ambao ulifuata. Kwa hiyo basically it was a participatory approach. Naona vikao vyote kwa hiyo involvement ya stakeholders wa constitution hii kwa kweli ilifuatwa na hatimaye ilipofika kwenye council ikawa approved. Kingine ni general election. It was agreed that upon preparation and approval of the constitution, there will be a convocation general election as guided by the constitution. Following Article 13(3)(4), the election shall be organized by the secretary of the convocation of the constitution. The election process has begun. Kwa hiyo kama agizo lilikuwa ni utengenezaji ni kwa ajili ya maandalizi ya uchaguzi, na maandalizi hayo yamefanywa, na leo nadhani secretary of the convocation ndiye atakayechea swala hilo la uchaguzi. Kwa hiyo niseme tu kwamba agizo hilo la AGM litekelezwa na lilifuata process ya hatua mbalimbali, nia ikiwa ni ushirikishwaji. Kuna mawazo kwenye yatokanayo na kikao cha 14, nimejaribu kuyaelezea na kufafanua baadhi. Mawazo kama hakuna, tuendelee na agenda nyingine. Matters from the executive committee ya Excom. Kuna issues kadhaa ambazo zilitoka kwenye Excom. One, katika kikao cha 5, 6, 7, katika vikao cha 5, 6 na 7, the Convocation Committee received, noted, deliberated and recommended to the 15th Convocation Annual General Meeting various matters and reports as follows. 1. Fundraising. Ya kwanza ni fundraising. It was reported that the fundraising for students with special needs at UDOM has been progressing well, with 64.66% of the pledges being collected, amounting to 28 million out of 44 million. It was further reported that other strategies for fundraising, such as reaching out to companies and other supporters, are ongoing. It was recommended that UDOM Marathon should be organized as a fundraising activity. The AGM is requested to approve suggested fundraising activities as recommended by Excom. Kwa hiyo hapa tunahitaji approve yenu, lakini nizungumzie tu kwamba fundraising iliyofanyika mwaka jana, ninaweza nikasema kwamba it was a success kwa sababu pledges zilikuwa karibu milioni 44 na hela ambazo zimeweza kuwa realized ni asilimia 60 kitu. Kwa hiyo nadhani ni maendeleo mazuri, na ninaamini kwamba kwa wale ambao hawajamaliza wataendelea kuwakumbusha kwa ajili ya kumalizia zao. Katika document list ya hao watu ambao wali pledge ni ambao ni watu 150 ipo kwenye document mliotumiwa. Kwa hiyo hilo ni juu ya fundraising. Kwa hiyo the AGM is now requested to approve suggested fundraising activities as recommended by the Excom. Wajumbe, mawazo approved. Professor Pendo, naona kama hujanielewa. Sorry. Kombe. Okay, ina shida. Me approve jamani. Okay, asante. 1-2 ni launching of the Convocation Constitution. Launching of the Convocation Constitution. It was reported that the constitution for the UDOM Convocation was prepared and approved by the University Council at its 7th meeting held on 2nd September 24. The Constitution is to be launched during this 15th AGM. The Constitution is attached kama Appendix 2. The AGM is requested to endorse as recommended by the Excom. Labda ni kurudie tu kusitiza kwamba kama nilivyosema awali kwamba hii Constitution ilipitia mchakato wa kutosha. Ushirikishwaji ulikuwepo. Nadhani kwenye Excom imerudi mara 2. Sasa lakini kama nilivyoeleza kuna ushirikishwaji mkubwa ulifanyika na baadaye kaenda kwenye management ya chuo, nao wakatoa recommendations zao, lakini mwisho wa siku ikaenda kwenye highest organ ya university ambayo ni council, na council ikaendorse. Kwa hiyo sasa constitution ipo, nadhani kwa sababu ilitumwa tarehe 15, nadhani tuliituma tarehe 15 Novemba. Kwa hiyo 2 weeks tunaamini kwamba meisoma na iko tayari, kwa sababu kama council imesha endorse, nadhani naomba sasa na nyinyi ridhaa yenu. Wajumbe, kwa sababu tukisha endorse baadaye tutakuja. Kuna mtu anayepinga? Endorsed. Okay. Kingine ni general election of the convocation. Yeah, zikuwa hizo. Kuna hizo financial report kama nilivyosema kwamba ya pledges zile ipo kwenye ripoti mlizotumiwa, kwa hiyo mnaweza mkasoma. Kinachofuatia baada ya launching of the constitution ni launching ya okay. Nimekumbushwa hapa na mkurugenzi kwamba tunakwenda sasa kwenye launching ya constitution, lakini kabla ya launching tutafanya presentation ya watu waweze kuona hiyo nini constitution yetu ilivyo, different parts of the constitution. Nadhani ni Dr. Mkami au okay, nani ana present? Dr. Mkami. Okay. Dr. Mkami atatupitisha kwenye constitution, ambapo baada ya hapo nadhani ndio tutafanya launching.
Asante sana mwenyekiti. Kazi yangu ni ndogo sana, kuelezea tu mchakato kuelekea utekelezwaji wa katiba ya convocation. Mheshimiwa mwenyekiti pamoja na meza kuu yote, niseme kwamba wazo la kuwa na katiba ya convocation lilizaliwa hapa katika mkutano mkuu wa 14 wa convocation ya Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma, kwamba ni vizuri sasa convocation hii iwe na katiba yake kwa ajili ya kuongoza mambo yake. Na katika kutekeleza maamuzi hayo, tarehe 27 Machi mwaka 2024 kamati iliundwa na ofisi ya katibu wa convocation kwa ajili ya kutengeneza katiba hiyo ya convocation. Na kamati ile ilikuwa na watu 5. Dr. Baraka Mkami kutoka Shule Kuu ya Sheria, lakini pia Dr. Lutengano Mwinuka ambaye pia alikuwa ni mwakilishi wa Masa. Tulikuwa na Dr. Lulu Tunu Kaaya kutoka Directorate ya Internationalization na Convocation, pamoja na Dr. Shingwa Magashi kutoka Social Sciences, pamoja na Miss Lainada Everest ambaye alikuwa ni secretary wetu. Katika barua ya uteuzi tulipewa terms of reference, na katika rudi za rejea zile zilikuwa kuu 4. Ya kwanza, tupitie nyaraka zote ambazo ni relevant katika Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma. Lakini ya pili ilikuwa ni kupitia katiba mbalimbali za convocation za ndani ya Tanzania na nje ya Tanzania. Na ya tatu ilikuwa ni kuandaa rasimu ya katiba ya convocation na kuiwasilisha kwenye mamlaka ya uteuzi. Na ya 4 ilikuwa ni kuhusu maudhui ya katiba. Na tuliambiwa kwamba maudhui ya katiba yawe na mambo yafuatayo. Ya kwanza, vision na mission. Lakini ya pili iwe na objectives. Lakini ya tatu iwe na office bearers. Baada ya office bearers tukaambiwa tuangalie na membership, Baada ya membership tukaambiwa tuangalie na Excom pamoja na powers zao, lakini mkutano mkuu pamoja na uchaguzi, mambo ya finance pamoja na amendment ya constitution. Hayo ni maudhui ya katiba ambayo tuliambiwa tufuate kwenye terms of reference ambayo maudhui ya katiba inapaswa kuwepo. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, katika kutekeleza majukumu yetu, kamati iliweza kufanya kazi kama ambao tuliombwa kwenye terms of reference. Ya kwanza, tuliweza kureview nyaraka za ndani ya chuo. Na nyaraka mojawapo ambayo tulireview ni hati izini ya chuo kikuu cha Dodoma, yani the University Charter ya mwaka 2007, ambapo katika charter tuliongozwa na kanuni ile ya 60 na mpaka kanuni ya 65 ya kanuni za chuo kikuu cha Dodoma ya mwaka 2007, ambayo ni jedwali la kwanza katika charter, ambayo inaelezea utaratibu mzima wa convocation kuanzia composition, lakini naongelea kuhusu convocation role pamoja na mikutano na taratibu zote za kufuata wakati wa mikutano. Pamoja na charter tuliweza pia kupitia na sheria ya vyuo vikuu ambayo kanuni kifungu kile cha 48 kinatambua uwepo wa convocation kwenye vyuo vikuu. Ukiachana na University Charter tuliweza kupitia pia na convocation constitutions za vyuo mbalimbali. Kwa hapa nchini tulipitia convocation constitution ya chuo kikuu cha Sokoine cha kilimo. Lakini pia tulipitia convocation constitution ya chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Convocation hizo ni vyuo vya Tanzania. Convocation constitution nyingine tulizopitia ni convocation constitution ya chuo kikuu cha Stellenbosch University, convocation constitution of the University of Nairobi, convocation constitution of Makerere University, convocation constitution of Hong Kong University, convocation constitution of Cape Peninsula University, convocation University of convocation constitution of Limpopo, constitution of Alumni and Convocation Association rules, lakini pia tulipitia rules of convocation of the Durban University of Technology. Hivyo ni baadhi ya vyuo mbalimbali ambavyo tulipitia katiba zao za convocation. Na kwa kweli nyaraka hizi ziliweza kutujulisha sisi kama kamati mambo muhimu ambayo yanapaswa kuwepo katika katiba hiyo ya convocation. Ndugu wajumbe, pamoja na kwamba tumepitia nyaraka hizo, lakini pia kamati iliona ni busara kuweza kuconsult wadau mbalimbali. Na miongoni mwa wadau ambao walikuwa consulted pamoja na ofisi ya DVC Academic Research and Consultants, lakini pia ofisi ya DVC PFA, ofisi ya Director of Undergraduate Studies, ofisi ya Director of Postgraduate Studies na ofisi ya STC pia ilikuwa consulted, lakini Excom members walikuwa consulted, lakini pia tulifuata members of academic staff. Tuweza kupita maeneo yote hayo ili tuweze kujua kwamba wana maoni gani, ili hatimaye tuweze kupata katiba bora ambayo inajibu vision na mission ya chuo chetu. Na baada ya kupokea maoni yote hayo, kamati iliweza kuandaa rasimu ya katiba. Na baada ya rasimu hiyo kukamilika tarehe 18 Juni 2024 tuliweza kuwasilisha rasimu ya katiba kwenye Excom kwa ajili ya kuiona, lakini pia kupokea maoni na ushauri. Na kwa kweli tulipokea maoni mengi kutoka kwenye Excom ambayo tuliweza kuyafanyia kazi na kuincorporate katika ile rasimu ya katiba. Na mara baada ya kuweza kuingiza yale maboresho au mapendekezo, rasimu ya katiba iliweza kuwasilishwa kwenye vyombo mbalimbali vya chuo. Na ilipofika tarehe 26 Julai 2024, rasimu ya katiba iliwasilishwa kwenye Senate of Research, Publication and Consultants Committee kwa ajili ya kupata maoni na ushauri. Na baada ya hapo ilipelekwa pia kwenye Senate tarehe 19 Agosti 2024. Na baada ya kupita kwenye hatua hiyo ya Senate, katiba hiyo, rasimu ya katiba iliweza kupitishwa katika chombo kikuu cha chuo ambacho ni council, ambapo ilipata approval siku ya tarehe 2 Septemba 2024. Na hiyo ilikuwa ni pamoja na kujibu matakwa ya sheria ya vyuo vikuu kifungu kile cha 48 aya ile B nambari 2 ya Kirumi, ambayo inahitaji kwamba katiba kama ya convocation au vyombo vya kitaaluma lazima ipate approval kwenye mamlaka ya vyombo vyenye mamlaka vya juu katika taasisi ya elimu. Ndugu wajumbe, katiba hiyo ina jumla ya sehemu 9 na ina jumla ya ibara 18. Ibara hizo ambazo maudhui yake yatawasilishwa na STC. Asanteni sana, naomba kuwasilisha.
Kuna mtu Kwa ruhusa yako Mheshimiwa Rais, ninaomba kufanya wasilisho la vipengele vya katiba hii kwa lugha ya Kiingereza ili tuweze kuendana na lugha iliyotumika katika katiba yetu. Asante. President of the Convocation, Vice President of the Convocation, members of the Convocation, good afternoon. My name is Dr. J.B. Gonza, and I am the Acting Secretary to Council of the University of Dodoma. I feel privileged to stand before this convocation to provide an overview of the contents of the Constitution of the Convocation as approved by the 87th Council meeting, which was held on 2nd September 2024. Mr. President, I come with a quote. It is a quote on constitutions that I had once read and I thought was useful for this day. The Constitution is not a mere lawyer's document. It is a vehicle of life, and its spirit is always the spirit of age. I quote from Dr. B. Ambedkar, an Indian Minister of Justice who chaired a committee that drafted the Constitution of India between 1947 and 1956. Mr. President, this quote applies to our event today. The Constitution of the Convocation of the University of Dodoma is our very own living instrument that guides how to conduct the affairs of the Convocation for the contemporary age and in future, save for further amendments that will be done. This Constitution is expected to make this convocation unique and assist the university in realizing its vision and mission. Without further ado, I will proceed to the task at hand of providing a brief overview of the contents of the Constitution. Mr. President, the Constitution of the Convocation is a detailed document composed of 18 clauses and divided in 9 parts. Therefore, for purposes of saving time, this presentation covers the following aspects of the Constitution of the Convocation. Of course, I just picked the clauses that were most necessary for this event. So, we'll start with the legal framework. Then I will illustrate on the objectives of the convocation, on membership, rights and obligations of the members, organization and management, obligations of the university administration, of the Universities Act number 7 of the Universities Act number 7 of 2005. It requires every institution to include or to provide in its charter for the establishment of a convocation and alumni association whose matters shall be governed by their constitution. So the University of Dodoma has complied with that provision within its Article 23, and Article 23 stipulates that there shall be a convocation of the university and alumni association of the university. Mr. President, I proceed to give a discussion on the objectives of the Constitution, and Article 3 of the Constitution of the Convocation provides for the aims and objectives of the Convocation, some of which include to contribute to the university's advancement and excellence, and to enhance a close relationship between the university and its graduates, encouraging their continued interest in their alma mater. Mr. President, the Constitution also provides for membership. Specifically, there are two types of members. There are ordinary members and honorary members. The mode at which these can be acquired are stated within Article 4 of the Constitution. And then Article 5 of the Constitution provides for rights and obligations of the members. Some of the rights and obligations include the following: to uphold the Constitution, to attend all ordinary and special general meetings of the Convocation, to elect and to be elected in different positions of the Convocation, save for honorary members who are usually appointed or nominated, to have freedom of expression in various platforms of the Convocation, to solicit funds for the purpose of carrying out the objectives of the Convocation. The Constitution did not leave out provisions that provide for the management and organization of the Convocation. Particularly, Article 7 of the Constitution provides on the principal organs of the Constitution of the Convocation. First, we have two sets of principal organs, whereby first we have the General Meeting, which is provided under Article 8 to 9, and these are of two types. There's an annual general meeting, and then there's a special general meeting. And then the Constitution provides for the committees of the Convocation, and these again are of two types. We have the Executive Committee, which is stipulated under Article 10, Sub-Article 1, and then we have standing committees. And these, again, are of two types, where we have the Planning and Finance Committee, and then we have the Stakeholders Engagement Committees. Standing committees are stipulated under Article 10, Sub-Article 2 of the Constitution. The second set of principal organs are the office bearers of the Constitution. Mr. President, Article 13 of the Constitution governs how elections shall be conducted. The Secretary of the Convocation shall serve as the chairperson of the election, and the elections shall be guided by the election regulations and procedures as stipulated under Article 13, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution. The Constitution stipulates that the chairperson of the secretary of the convocation has an obligation to issue a 14 days notice prescribing all Excom positions that are to be filled. Of the convocation, and these include the executive committees and the standing committees. And then there are office bearers as well, which are also principal organs. Mr. Chairman, we said the Constitution provides for elections, and the procedure for conducting elections is provided under Article 13, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution. And
zoezi la launching limemalizika, ni kitabu chetu ni hiki, ni kurasa 14, si simple, ni portable 14 page document.
Tunaomba mtupe dakika chache, ikiwa ni sehemu ya kushukuru kwa namna ambavyo kwa pamoja tumejitoa. Tulikuwepo hapa pamoja mwaka jana tulipofanya azimio la pamoja la kuchangisha hela kwa ajili ya wanafunzi wenye mahitaji maalum. Kilikuwa ni kipindi cha mwaka wa kwanza tangu tulipoanza uchangishaji huu, na kwa ufupi kabisa nitapenda kutoa progress ili wote tujue tulipo na tunapotakiwa kufika. This fundraising was launched with the purpose of raising a total amount of 300 million for a period of 3 years. And the modality that we launched with was through pledges, but with the requirement that other means of raising funds should be implemented. To like to express on behalf of the Secretariat our gratitude, and I believe together we will work out on other means to reach the total amount. So the amount of money that was not collected yet out of the pledges is 15,039,000. Now, given that the target, we are very far from the target, we have tried to put efforts to not only collect pledges, but also to reach out to other supporters and individuals, as well as companies and institutions, government and private institutions. Through the Office of the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dodoma, we have reached out through letters and in person to a number of supporters, and we hope, or we look forward for a more fruitful year in terms of the fundraising. But in addition to that, as it was presented earlier, the Secretariat has proposed other means, including the UDOM Marathon, as a platform at which different sponsors can find comfortable space to allow them to participate in supporting in our fundraising campaign. And having said that, that is a summary of the fundraising report, and this is where we are. Thank you, President, and the high table.
Mheshimiwa Rais na meza kuu pamoja na viongozi wote na wajumbe tulioko mahali hapa, naomba tusimame tuweze kujinyoosha maanake tumekaa sana. Kama tuko tayari, naomba tukae tuendelee. Asanteni. Kama tumenyoka. Ndugu Rais na viongozi walioko meza kuu pamoja na wajumbe wote, members wa Convocation ya Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma, ninaomba sasa, moja, tujipongeze kwa sababu tuna katiba. Wote tujipigie makofi. Mwanasheria wa chuo, tunakushukuru sana kwa kutupitisha, sasa tumeielewa. Kwa hiyo hatua inayofuata ni uchaguzi mkuu kwa ajili ya viongozi. Lakini mbili, nichukue fursa kwa niaba ya uongozi mzima wa chuo, lakini na wajumbe wa Convocation wote, members, kupongeza uongozi ambao umemaliza muda wake. Naomba viongozi wote ambao walikuwepo kuanzia rais na timu nzima waweze kusimama tuweze kuwapongeza. Tunawapongeza sana kwa kutufikisha hapa tulipo sasa. Asanteni sana. Ndugu viongozi na ndugu wajumbe wa Convocation, sote tunatambua Convocation inaongozwa na chata ya Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma, lakini sasa tuna constitution ambayo inatusimamia. Kimsingi chata inakasimisha madaraka au majukumu ya kusimamia uchaguzi mkuu kwa katibu au secretary general wa Convocation, ambaye kichuo ni naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo anayeshughulikia mipango, fedha na utawala. Tarehe 11 mwezi wa 11, kamati iliundwa na katibu ambaye amekasimiwa hayo majukumu ili kuweza kusimamia zoezi la uchaguzi, au tunaweza tukasema kamati ya uchaguzi au tume ya uchaguzi iliundwa tarehe 11 zoezi la uchaguzi, na tume ilikuwa na wajumbe 5. Kama wajumbe wapo, ninaomba tuweze kuwatambua: Dr. Mkami, Dr. Magashi, Mwinuka, Kaaya na Lenada. Tume ya uchaguzi, tafadhali naombeni tupite huku ili tuweze, mnaweza mkakaa hapa. Hii ndio tume ambayo iliteuliwa kwa ajili ya uchaguzi wa viongozi wetu. Naomba tuwapigie makofi kabla sijatoa matokeo. Hii tume ilipewa majukumu ya kuandaa tangazo, na kama tunavyofahamu, tarehe 15 mwezi wa 11 2024 tangazo lilitolewa, na hili tangazo ni kwa mujibu wa hii katiba ambayo tumesomewa. Asanteni sana tume, tunaweza tukakaa pembeni, nitawaita tena kwenye zoezi la kutangaza. Asante sana. Kwa hiyo hii tume ya uchaguzi ilipewa jukumu la kuandaa tangazo. Tangazo lilikuwa limetoa sifa za kila position, lakini vile vile form ya position ya kuapply au ya kuombea hizo nafasi, na nafasi ilikuwa ni ya rais wa Convocation, treasurer wa Convocation, lakini alumni wawili ambao sio wafanyakazi wa chuo kikuu cha Dodoma, alumni mmoja ambaye ni mfanyakazi wa chuo kikuu cha Dodoma upande wa waendeshaji, lakini vile vile member wa academic staff watatu kutoka chuo kikuu cha Dodoma. Ninayo furaha kusema kwamba ile fomu ilitumwa tarehe 15 na kila fomu zilirudishwa either na anayetaka kugombea au anayependekezwa na mtu mwingine. Kwa hiyo tulipokea zile forms. Fomu ya rais ilirudi. Kulikuwa na nominations kama 2 au 3 zikiwa zinataja almost jina hilo hilo, lakini kulikuwa na fomu moja tu ilirudishwa ikimtaja treasurer. Kulikuwa na fomu 3, actually 5 zilirudi zikitaja alumni ambao sio wafanyakazi wa UDOM, lakini wanapendekezwa hawa 5 ili tuwapate 2. Na kulikuwa na fomu moja ilirudishwa kumpata mjumbe mmoja wa Excom kutoka administrative staff wa UDOM, na tulipata majina 5 ya academic staff members wa UDOM ili tuweze kutoa hapo. Tulipata majina 4 ili tuweze kutoa hapo majina 3. Kwa hiyo baada ya hiyo hatua ya kupata hizo forms, mchakato ulifanyika wa kufanya shortlisting, na haya majina karibu yote yaliingia isipokuwa jina moja. Na hili jina moja ni kwa sababu aliyeomba hiyo nafasi ambaye ni ya alumni ambaye sio mfanyakazi wa UDOM bado alikuwa hajamaliza chuo. Kwa bahati mbaya yeye atakuwa na hizi graduation za kesho na kesho kutwa. Kwa hiyo kinyang'anyiro kikawa kimemtoa. Lakini haya mengine yote yameingia kwenye kinyang'anyiro cha kuletwa leo kwa ajili ya kupigiwa kura. Hata hivyo, yale majina ambayo yaliletwa pia tuliona waheshimiwa wengine huenda majina yamekuja tu, hatuwezi tukayaleta kwenye kikao cha leo bila kuwa consult, kuomba idhini yao kuwatangaza hapa kwa ajili ya kupigiwa kura. Tuliwasiliana nao na walikubali waingizwe kwenye kinyang'anyiro, lakini wanajua kuna kupata na kukosa. Baada ya kutamka maneno hayo, mimi ninaomba sasa nirudishe ile tume ya uchaguzi waweze kutoa picha halisi ya hizi nafasi. Kama nilivyosema, nafasi moja ya rais tulipata nominations lakini jina lilikuja moja. Nominations kadhaa jina moja. Nafasi ya treasurer tulimhitaji mmoja na jina likaletwa moja. Nafasi ya alumni ambao sio wafanyakazi wa UDOM tulihitaji 2 lakini tulipata majina 5. Nafasi ya alumni ambaye ni mfanyakazi wa UDOM katika eneo la uendeshaji, jina lilikuja moja na alikuwa anahitajika mmoja. Nafasi ya academic staff members tulihitaji 3 lakini majina yameletwa 4. Ndio form zilizorudi. Kwa hiyo sisi tunaleta mbele yenu kama mkutano mkuu, 1, haya majina ambayo yameletwa katika mpangilio huo, na 2, tuweze kufanya maamuzi sahihi. Asanteni sana. lakini vile vile tutafanya maamuzi ya namna tutakavyochagua. Kulikuwa na option mbili. Tunazo form ambazo tulisema tutazileta muandike kwenye form au tutanyosha mikono. Hiyo pia ni maamuzi ambayo tutayafanya. Tume ya Uchaguzi, karibuni. Naamini nimeeleweka. Asante sana.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais na mwenyekiti wetu. Mimi nisome sasa majina ya watu ambao walionyesha interest kwa nafasi mbalimbali na ambao wamekuwa shortlisted kwa kufikia hivyo vigezo ambavyo vilikuwa vimewekwa. Kwa nafasi ya rais wa convocation, nafasi ni moja na ambaye alionyesha interest ni mtu mmoja. Kwa nafasi ya mweka hazina, yani treasurer, nafasi ni moja na ambaye alionyesha interest pia ni mtu mmoja. Kwa nafasi ya alumni ambaye sio mfanyakazi wa chuo cha Dodoma, nafasi ziko mbili ambao wameonyesha interest ni watu 5. Kwa alumni ambaye ni administrative staff, nafasi iko moja na alionyesha interest ni mtu mmoja. Na members of academic staff, nafasi ziko 3 na walioonyesha interest ni watu 4. Baada ya kufanya shortlisting, wafuatao wamequalify. Nitakuwa nawataja majina yao sasa na nafasi. Bwana Gilead Terry, yeye alionyesha interest, alikuwa nominated kwa nafasi ya president of the convocation. Na huyu alikuwa shortlisted. Wa pili alikuwa ni Constantine Mpanda ambaye alikuwa shortlisted kwa nafasi ya treasurer. Wa tatu ni John Kuyera Kidando ambaye yupo kwenye kategori ya alumni ambao sio wafanyakazi wa chuo cha Dodoma, na huyu alikuwa shortlisted. Na mwingine ni wanne ni Baraka Gimonge Maremo kwa nafasi hiyo ya alumni ambao sio wafanyakazi wa chuo cha Dodoma. Huyu hakuwa shortlisted kwa sababu bado haja graduate. Mtu mwingine ni Isaya Silungwe na huyu amekuwa shortlisted kwa nafasi hiyo ya alumni ambaye sio mfanyakazi wa chuo cha Dodoma. Mtu mwingine ni Zawadi Kanyawana, huyu amekuwa shortlisted. Na wa mwisho katika kategori hiyo ni Alex Nicolaus Suzuguye, huyu amekuwa shortlisted. Kwa upande wa alumni ambao na administrative staff ambaye amekuwa shortlisted ni Emilia Patience. Na kwa upande wa members of academic staff ambao wamekuwa shortlisted ni Professor Pamba Standika, Dr. Laurian Ndumbaro, Dr. Rehema Kilonzo na Dr. Rosemary Peter Mramba. Hao ndio watu ambao wamekuwa shortlisted na ambao kamati imeona wana sifa za kuweza kuchaguliwa kwa nafasi hizo ambazo wameomba. Sasa ili tuweze kuwafahamu kwamba hawa ni watu wa namna gani, nimkaribishe sasa Dr. Pastori kwa ajili ya kutusomea biography za hao watu kwa kategori moja baada ya nyingine. Karibu.
Asante mwenyekiti. Asante mwenyekiti wa Convocation. Itifaki imezingatiwa. Nimepewa jukumu la kuwasilisha taarifa fupi kuhusu wagombea. Kwa hiyo naomba nisome wasifu wa wagombea ambao walikuwa nominated kushiriki katika nafasi ambazo ziko wazi. I will start with the president the category of the president of the convocation. There was one candidate who was nominated, and his name is Mr. Gilead John Terry. Gilead Terry is UDOM Alumni 2010. He is the Executive Director of Tanzania Investment Center. He is among the shining first batch of UDOM alumni. Mr. Terry is both a scholar and a practitioner. Professionally, he is a political economist and a development specialist. Having graduated his Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and Public Administration from UDOM in 2010, he proceeded to pursue an MSc Africa and International Development from the University of Edinburgh, UK, and completed in 2013. Currently, he is a PhD researcher in International Development Policy and Management at Global Development Institute, University of Manchester, a program offered jointly with the University of Toronto, Canada. His research explores the interplay of finance, management, and urban development in East Africa, focusing on comparative analysis of Chinese and non-Chinese transport infrastructure projects and their urban impacts in Kenya and Tanzania. Mr. Terry has served in various leadership and management positions. Previously, he worked for the World Bank, International Finance Corporation, IFC, and Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, gaining valuable experience in development, financing, investment, climate, and public-private policy engagement. He has been an active member of UDOM Convocation. During the 40th Convocation, he delivered a stunning presentation on employability and the role of industrial platforms in supporting employability in Tanzania. I'm not sure whether Mr. Terry is present. Can he point his hand, please?
Asante. Ndugu wajumbe, hilo ndio jina moja lililowasilishwa. Tunaomba tulifanyie maamuzi. Tunapiga, naomba kupata maoni, kura za ndio, kura za hapana, ili tuweze kutoka hapa. Kwa waliokuwa hapa mwaka jana watakuwa wanamkumbuka, lakini huyu ni alimaliza, ni alumni wa chuo kikuu cha Dodoma. Jina tumelipokea? Wanaosema ndio, basi tumpigie makofi huko alipo. Asante sana, asante sana. Tume, karibu. Next.
The next category is treasurer. We have one candidate who was nominated, and his name is Mr. Constantine George Mpanda. Constantine Mpanda is UDOM alumni 2011 and 2019. He's a senior planning officer at the University of Dodoma. His professional experience spans over a decade, primarily in strategic planning, budget control, and risk management. Mr. Mpanda has a robust educational background, having earned a Bachelor of Education in Policy Planning and Management, BED PPM, in 2011 from the University of Dodoma. He also graduated Master of Business Administration in 2019 here. He has participated in various assignments at the university involving strategic planning, budgeting, and risk management, contributing to institutional development. In addition to academic and professional pursuits, Mr. Mpanda possesses a wide range of skills, including programming in HTML, analytics, and proficiency in various computer tools. I submit.
Shukrani. Mr. Constantine George Mpanda, sina uhakika kama yupo. Karibu ili wajumbe waweze kukufahamu tafadhali. Bahati nzuri Mheshimiwa Rais aliyemteule mwaka jana alikuwa na fursa ya kuzungumza na wajumbe. Sasa wewe hujawahi kuzungumza, naomba uweze kuongea maneno mawili.
Nashukuru kwa hii fursa, na mimi nayaona kama ni majukumu ya ziada na niko tayari kutumika kwa sababu lengo kuu ni kuhudumia jumuiya ya UDOM na Watanzania kwa ujumla. Asante.
Asante. Wangapi wanasema ndio kwa Mr. Constantine Mpanda? Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Next.
The next category involves members of academic staff. We received a number of nominations in this category. I represent their bios, and the chairperson will guide us on how many the number to be filled. The first is Dr. Rauliani Ndumbaro. Dr. Rauliani Ndumbaro is a member of academic staff, and at this university is a senior lecturer in the Department of Political Science and Public Administration. Prior to joining UDOM in 2013, he served as the permanent secretary in the President's Office, Public Service Management and Good Governance for 8 years. That was from 2008 to 2015, he was a personal assistant, political affairs, to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Dr. Ndumbaro began his academic career as a tutorial assistant in 1991 at the University of Dar es Salaam, where he rose through various academic ranks and held several key roles, including head of the Department of Political Science and Public Administration and the Associate Dean Academic of the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. He has also been involved in numerous high-level technical committees and board membership across various organizations. Recently, he served as a vice chairperson of the Uongozi Institute. He is renowned for his dedication to public service and his efforts to enhance governance and management in Tanzania. He has extensively researched, consulted, and published in the fields of politics, governance, policy, and public administration. I submit. Thank you. The next candidate is Dr. Rehema Godfrey Kilonzo. Dr. Kilonzo is a senior lecturer in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology here at UDOM. And since joining UDOM in 2008, she has held various leadership positions, including acting dean of the School of Curriculum and Teacher Education, dean of the School of Social Sciences, director of Consultants and Institutional Collaboration, and director of Internationalization, Convocation, and Continuing Education. She received her PhD from the University of Minnesota in US in 2008, where she focused on the intersection of sociology and development studies. With research interest in social protection, citizenship, political economy, and development, Dr. Kilonzo has been involved in various research projects, including the New Directions of Development Studies, NDDS, CASHIN, and SPHERTES, TSEA project focusing on transforming graduate employability with gender responsiveness in East Africa. She has authored and co-authored over 20 publications in a peer-reviewed journal. The next candidate is Professor Pampas Tandika Basil. Professor Basil is an associate professor at this university. He began his career at UDOM as a tutorial assistant in 2008 and swiftly advanced through various academic ranks to a professorship in 2023. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy and an MA in Education from UDOM, as well as a Bachelor of Education from the University of Dar es Salaam. Professor Basil has been recognized with numerous awards for his contributions to educational training across Africa, across Tanzania. He has also served as a postdoctoral research fellow for the International Society of the Study of Behavioral Development, ISCBD, and has been the principal investigator on several research projects funded by USAID, the World Bank, and the World Health Organization. Additionally, he has presented his research at various international conferences, and he has received certificates of completion for multiple training programs focused on research and development. Professor Basil has published and co-published over 20 papers and 4 book chapters in reputable journals. The fourth and last in this category is Dr. Rosemary Peter Mramba. Dr. Rosemary is a senior lecturer at the Department of Biology here at UDOM. She joined UDOM as a tutorial assistant in 2008, promoted to the rank of assistant lecturer and lecturer in 2011 and 2017, respectively. She is an accomplished female biology expert with extensive work experience in her field. She holds a BSc Animal Science from Sokoine University of Agriculture and MSc in Natural Resource Management from the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and a PhD from Inland Norway University of Applied Sciences. She researches and publishes in areas of herbivory's impact on the environment, applied ecology, and interactions between livestock and wildlife. Dr. Rosemary has held various roles in her department during her time at the University of Dodoma. She first served as the Quality Assurance Coordinator in the Department of Biology before assuming the position of Examination and Timetable Coordinator from July 2023 to date. She has authored 10 publications in peer-reviewed journals. I submit.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Kindly let me know kama hawa wanne wapo. Tunatambua Dr. Ndumbaro wakati tumeona jina lake kwenye nominations. Nadhani wote tunamfahamu. Tulibidi ni tumconsult kwamba tumeona jina lako, tunaomba uturuhusu tuliweke mbele ya wajumbe, na alikubali. Hawa wengine watatu naomba kufahamu kama wapo. Profesa Tandika. Naomba kufahamu kama Dr. Rehema Kilonzo yupo. Naomba kufahamu kama Dr. Rosemary Peter Mramba yupo. Kwa hiyo hapa tuna mjumbe mmoja, hawa watatu hawapo. Ninaomba nimkaribishe Dr. Rehema asalimie tafadhali. Tuna majina manne, tunahitaji majina matatu. Members wa academic staff from the University of Dodoma. Karibu sana.
Wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Unajua pale unapokuwa umeshtuka kwamba jina lako lipo. Lakini ni katika kuitumikia chuo chetu kizuri cha Dodoma, na ni hayo tu, asante.
Tunashukuru sana, tunashukuru. Tuna options sasa za kufanya uchaguzi. Tunahitaji majina matatu ambayo yataingia katika kamati tendaji. Nyingi za kuwapata, kwa sababu wako wanne, tunahitaji matatu. Tunaweza tukanyosha mikono kwa lile jina tusilolihitaji, afu wanaobaki wote wanaingia. Basi naombeni tuingie, tuanze kuhesabu. Option ya kwanza, kwa sababu tutahitaji majina matatu katika manne, ni kusema kwamba tunalitaja jina, watu wanyoshe kidole kwamba tunamhitaji. Option ya pili ni kuandika vikaratasi. Naomba tuweze kuchagua methodology. Mikono. Okay. Basi ninaomba wanaopenda tuingize jina la Dr. Laurian Ndumbaro. Jina linalofuata, wanaopendekeza jina la Dr. Rosemary Peter Mramba. Nashukuru. Tuende jina la tatu. Niwakumbushe unaruhusiwa kunyosha mara 3 tu. Maana ukinyosha mara 4 umeshaharibu kura. Tunaenda jina lingine. Profesa Pamba Standika. Nashukuru. Tunaenda jina la 4. Dr. Rehema Kilonzo. Tafadhali tume.
Asante. Katika kategori hiyo ambao wameshindanishwa ni 4 na matokeo yako kama ifuatavyo. Dr. Rehema Kilonzo amepata jumla ya kura 149. Profesa Pambas Tandika amepata jumla ya kura 106. Dr. Laurian Ndumbaro amepata jumla ya kura 104. Na Dr. Rosemary Mramba amepata jumla ya kura 63.
Tunashukuru sana kwa kuchukua majina matatu ya juu. Tutakuwa na Dr. Rehema Kilonzo, tumpigie makofi. Tutakuwa na Dr. Laurian Ndumbaro na tutakuwa na Profesa Pambas Tandika. Tunashukuru sana. Tunashukuru. Karibu kwa ajili ya nafasi inayofuata.
The next category is alumni, UDOM administrative staff. In this category, there is one candidate who is Miss Emilia John Patience. Miss Emilia is a senior human resource and administrative officer at UDOM. She joined the university in 2012 as a human resource officer too, and rose through various administrative ranks to her current position. Previously, she worked as a loan officer at the Finca Tanzania in Shinyanga for 2 years. Ms. Patience has a solid academic background in business administration. She holds a Bachelor of Business Administration from Iringa University, formerly Tumaini University in Iringa, and a Master of Business Administration from UDOM, where she graduated in 2020. Submit.
Tunashukuru. Nadhani alumni yake inatokana na masters ya UDOM. Hiyo ndiyo maana ni alumni. Wanaosema ndio kwa Emilia, wanaosema sio, amepita. Sina uhakika kama yuko around. Emilia? Madam, karibu. Washukuru ndugu wajumbe, manake umepita hata kabla hujaongea.
Habarini za saizi, nawashukuru kwa nafasi ambayo mmenipatia. Naomba ushirikiano na tutakuwa pamoja. Asante.
Asante sana. Naomba nafasi ya mwisho iliyobaki.
The next category is alumni, not employee of UDOM. So this category involves people who graduated here and they are working elsewhere. There is 4 candidates in this group. The first is Mr. Alex Nicholas Suzuguye. Mr. Alex is a zonal manager at the National Insurance Corporation, NIC. He's the first cohort of UDOM alumni. He graduated Bachelor of Business Administration in 2010. Professionally, he's a business development specialist. Before he was promoted to the current position in 2022, he served in various roles, including as a senior business development officer at NIC, a senior compliance officer at LAPFU, or the current PSSF, a finance officer and a bank officer at CRDB Bank Limited, PLC. He holds a Master of Commerce from Mumbai University, India, and possesses a wide range of skills in business analytics, banking, operations, financial analysis, and capital market management. And the post is the Excom member. So he graduated in 2010. The next candidate is Ms. Zawad Kasim Kanyawana. This is currently a relationship manager at NBC Bank in Dodoma, Tanzania. She has over a decade customer relations experience in the banking sector. Before joining NBC in 2022, she served in the same role in other banks, including NCBA Bank, formerly Commercial Bank of Africa, and Excom Bank, Tanzania Limited. She also served as a retail officer, product and digital banking at Excom Bank, Tanzania Limited. She graduated a Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies from the University of Dodoma, 2011. She also holds a postgraduate diploma in economic diplomacy from the Center of Foreign Relations and a Master of Business Administration from Mzumbe University. The next candidate is Mr. Isaiah Silungwe. Isaiah Silungwe is a founder and executive director of Agri Youth Forum, and this is an NGO based in Dodoma, which is committed to promoting sustainable agriculture among the youth and transforming food systems through sustainable agricultural practices. He is amongst the recent visionary and dynamic young graduates from the University of Dodoma. Having completed a Bachelor of Arts in Development Studies in 2021, he went on to set up an NGO committed to promoting youth employment in the agricultural sector. As a young leader, Mr. Silungwe has dedicated his career to empowering the youth and promoting modern farming techniques that enhances food security and economic development. He has served in various leadership roles, and currently he is the Dodoma Region's NGO representative in the National Council of NGOs, Congo, Tanzania. And the last candidate in this category is Mr. John Kuyela Kidando. This is a UDOM alumni who graduated in 2016. Mr. Kidando is a state attorney in the office of the Attorney General in Tanzania. Prior to joining the Attorney General's office in 2022, he was a counsel in a law firm known as Maki Advocates. He graduated Bachelor of Law from the University of Dodoma in 2016 and the postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the Law School of Tanzania in 2018. He was admitted to the bar, that is Tanganyika Law Society, in 2018. And since he became an advocate, Mr. Kidando has handled more than 20 civil and criminal litigations representing both private individuals or institutions, and the Republic. He has also served as a representative of young lawyers for Dodoma at the TLS annual general meeting. Madam Chair, I submit.
Asante sana. Ndugu wajumbe, kama tulivyokuwa tumesema, tunahitaji majina mawili ndani ya majina manne, na kwa kweli tunamshukuru aliyependekeza, au hata kama ni yeye mwenyewe alijipendekeza, tunamshukuru sana Baraka Gimonge Maremo ambaye hakuwa shortlisted ingawa alikuwa tayari kuitumikia Convocation. Kwa hiyo tumpigie makofi. Yeye atagraduate kesho au kesho kutwa. Kwa hiyo next elections zitakazofuata atakuwa eligible for that reason. Basi naomba turudi kwenye haya majina ambayo yamesomwa kwa ajili ya kuendelea. Jina la kwanza, John Kuyera Kidando. Naomba kama yupo around. Naomba kama yupo around. John Kuyera Kidando. Ninapata taarifa aliomba apology. Jina linalofuata, Isaya Silungwe. Naomba kama yuko around. Karibu.
Nawasalimia wakubwa shikaboni, vijana wenzangu, habari za mchana. Mimi naitwa Isaya Silungwe, ni Alumni 2021. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Tungekuwa sehemu nyingine tunasema naombeni kura zenu. Nashukuru. Naomba kama Zawadi Kanyawana yupo around. Karibu madam.
Asante meza kuu, asanteni members wote. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania nimemaliza 2011 kama inavyosema hapo profile yangu, na nipo tayari kuwatumikia kama Excom member wa UDOM Alumni and Convocation. Nitawasupport na naombeni kura zenu. Asante.
Asante sana madam. Naomba nitambue kama Alex Nicolaus Suzuguye kama yupo around. Alex naambiwa pia ana udhuru. Basi naomba ndugu wajumbe tufanye maamuzi. Tunahitaji watu wawili katika haya majina manne yaliyowasilishwa. Nianze na kura. Ni rahisi zaidi wajumbe kukumbuka walioko hapa ndani. Nianze na Zawadi Kanyawana. Tunahitaji mawili tu. Unanyosha mara mbili unakuwa umemaliza kura zako. Tayari. Naomba wanaosema Isaya Silungwe. Isaya Silungwe pia ni huyu aliyeweza kufika hapa. Okay, nashukuru. Naomba niende wanaosema John Kuyera Kidando. Nashukuru. Wanaosema Alex Nicolaus Suzuguye. Alex Nicolaus Suzuguye. Nashukuru, naomba nikukabidhi mic tafadhali.
Mwenyekiti, kwa hii kategori ya 4 washindani walikuwa ni 4 kwa nafasi 2, na Isaya Silungwe amepata jumla ya kula 175. Zawadi Kanyawana amepata jumla ya kula 173. John Kuyera Kidando amepata jumla ya kula 7. Alex Nicolaus Suzuguye amepata jumla ya kula 7.
Nashukuru sana. Naomba tujipongeze. Naona tumefika mwisho. Tumefika mwisho, naomba wote tujipongeze tafadhali. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Ninaomba niende kusoma matokeo, picha nzima. Uchaguzi wa leo umempata Rais Gilead Terry. Makofi tafadhali. Wale ambao walioko hapa ndani naomba nikiwasoma waje nyuma ya meza kuu kwa ajili ya picha. Lakini tumempata treasurer wa Convocation Constantine Mpanda. Katika kategori ya alumni ambao sio wafanyakazi wa Chuo Kikuu cha Dodoma, Isaya Silungwe. Naomba ukisomwa kama upo around. Lakini kwenye kategori hiyo hiyo tumempata Zawadi Kanyawana. Katika kategori ya alumni watumishi waendeshaji, Emilia John Patience. Katika kategori ya wanataaluma, Profesa Pambas Tandika, Dr. Laurian Dumbaro na Dr. Rehema Kilonzo. Ni kwa muktadha huu, Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba tuwasilishe zoezi zima. Tumekamilisha. Asanteni sana kwa ushirikiano.
Ndugu wajumbe, nadhani sasa tunakaribia kumaliza shughuli yetu. Nianze kwa kuwapongeza viongozi wapya ambao wamechaguliwa katika kikao chetu hiki. Baada ya kusema hayo, nichukue nafasi hii kutoa shukrani zangu kwenu wajumbe kwa kuweza kufanya kazi nasi. Ina maana mimi na kamati na Excom katika kipindi cha miaka 4. Kwa hiyo na tumekwenda vizuri. Kwa hiyo katika hali hiyo ninatoa shukrani zangu kwenu. Lakini pia nichukue nafasi hii kushukuru uongozi wa chuo kwa kuweza kufanya kazi kwa karibu kabisa na sisi, na ushirikiano huo nadhani umepelekea kuhakikisha kwamba shughuli nyingi za convocation kwenda vizuri. Kwa hiyo nashukuru sana. Baada ya kusema hivyo, nadhani kabla ya kwenda kwenye group photo, ningependa kuna wajumbe wa Excom walioko hapa, naomba, ambao sasa tumemaliza muda wetu, naomba msimame na kuja hapa angalau tu. Dr. Matogoro na wenzako mko wangapi? Na Dr. Matogoro, Excom, Dr. Mkabidhi nani? Karibuni. Ndugu wajumbe, njoni tu. Jamani, hawa ni wajumbe wa Excom na ndio waliotufikisha hapa na hatimaye leo tumekabidhi. Nitaomba mmoja mmoja ajitambulishe alafu tumalize.
Asante mwenyekiti, kwa majina naitwa Dr. Mary Kurujila kutoka College ya Biashara na Uchumi. Asanteni kwa ushirikiano wenu tuliofanya kazi pamoja.
Asante, naitwa Dr. Helena Masalu kutoka IDS. Nawashukuru kwa ushirikiano kwa muda wote ambao tumekuwa pamoja. Asante.
Asante, naitwa Mariamu Mnyogwa kutoka School of Medicine. Asante kwa ushirikiano.
Asante, naitwa Monica Kungaro kutoka ndaki ya sayansi asilia na hisabati. Nawashukuru kwa ushirikiano.
Naitwa Dr. Nyasiro Sofia Gibori. Namshukuru Mungu nimeserve convocation tangu the first UDOM convocation mpaka leo tunahitimisha convocation ya 15. Namshukuru sana Mungu kwa ushirikiano wenu.
Asante, naitwa Dr. Jabera Matogoro kutoka ndaki ya sayansi ya kompyuta na elimu angavu. Asante.
Wajumbe, hili ndio lilokuwa baraza langu la mawaziri. Mimi kama rais. Asante, karibu, asanteni sana. Ya, sasa nadhani ni muda wa kumkabidhi file makamu mkuu wa chuo faili la rais atakayekuja, kwa sababu yeye kulingana na katiba yetu ndiye vice chairperson. Kwa hiyo nichukue nafasi hii sasa kumwomba makamu mkuu wa chuo nimkabidhi faili. Wale wapiga picha siwaone, nataka kabidhi.
Makamu mkuu wa chuo, naomba ni kukabidhi zawadi ya rais anayeondoka ili uweze kutusaidia kumkabidhi kwa niaba ya wananchi wote hapa. Lakini vile vile kwa vile tulikuwa na msemaji mkuu wa leo, Professor Flora Fabian, naomba utusaidie kumkabidhi certificate.
Asante sana, tunashukuru sana meza kuu. Mimi naomba nimshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais aliyepita na kamati yake kwa kutuongoza vizuri sana kwa kikao hiki. Na kwa sababu hiyo, mabibi na mabwana, naomba tuwapatie 4 strong factorial claps in 3, 2, 1, start. Safi sana. Wengine tutaendelea kufanya mazoezi. Na kwa namna hiyo tumefikia mwisho wa ratiba yetu kwa siku ya leo, lakini sio mwisho kabisa. Kinachofuata baada ya hapa tunakwenda kwa ajili ya lunch, networking lunch, na lunch hii iko served kwa kila mmoja wetu ambaye yuko hapa. Na kwa sababu hiyo naomba nitumie nafasi hii kuna group photo. Tuna picha 4 tu za haraka haraka. Picha ya kwanza tutakwenda kuichukua itakuwa ni ya members wa meza kuu pamoja na management ya chuo kikuu cha Dodoma. The high table and the UDOM management. Karibuni sana.
Kabla tujaenda kwenye lunch, nimeona niseme kitu kidogo tu. Kwanza nawashukuru wote. Mkutano umekuwa mzuri and very productive. Lakini nilidhani kwamba kwa ajili ya kuencourage vijana wetu, yule kijana ambaye amepata ushindi Sadik, hatuwezi kumtambua kwa recognition. Tunafikiri na yeye anahitaji kwenda kunywa kahawa. Kwa hiyo mmemwagiza DVC academic itabidi atafute hela kidogo, kwa sababu baada yeye kushinda watu wanaoitafuta UDOM ni wengi. Now we have to encourage such students. Kwa hiyo nadhani ampe angalau milioni 1. Nadhani sio kitu kibaya. Na ili tuwa encourage na vijana wengine kucompete na kushinda, sisi tutawa recognize. Nadhani muhimu tukasema hivyo. Asante.
Asante sana. Sasa kwa sababu naona management tuko wengi kidogo, naomba tutachukua picha 2. Picha ya kwanza itakuwa picha moja inatosha. Tujitahidi kujipanga basi. Wapiga picha. Mtu saidie kutupanga. Nimeambiwa na wakuu wa idara pia mnakaribishwa. Wakuu wa idara, tafadhali haraka haraka. Haraka haraka. Tunashukuru sana management. Tunashukuru sana. Picha inayofuata itahusisha makundi mawili. The first group will be the high table, lakini wote tutaingia kwenye picha moja. Meza kuu pamoja na Excom members, walio wapya na wanaoondoka. Executive committee members wapya, the newly elected and the outgoing. Tafadhali tunaomba tujitahidi kuzingatia muda. Haraka haraka. Excom members wote tuliochaguliwa na tunaoondoka. Haraka haraka. Wakati tunachukua picha hii, naomba UDOMASA na THTU tujiandae. UDOMASA na THTU, naomba tujiandae. UDOMASA na THTU, tafadhali. Karibuni sana. Na baada ya hapa tutakuwa na meza kuu pamoja na tume ya uchaguzi. Wamefanya kazi nzuri sana. Tungependa kuweka kumbukumbu kwa ajili ya kazi yao nzuri. Naomba baada ya hapa picha inayofuata tume ya uchaguzi, na baada ya picha hii tutakuwa na picha ya meza kuu pamoja na award givers. CMS, karibuni sana kwa picha baada ya picha hii. Asanteni sana CMS, karibuni kwa ajili ya picha. Baada ya picha hii nitaomba serikali ya wanafunzi pia na wenyewe watapiga picha inayofuata. Serikali ya award givers wote pamoja na UDOMASA. Award givers wote. Asante sana serikali ya wanafunzi. The last but one picture. Serikali ya wanafunzi, haraka haraka tafadhali, tujitahidi. Na kwa kumalizia, kamati ya maandalizi pia wajiandae. Kwa kumalizia, kamati ya maandalizi mjiandae.
Sisi watoto nchi yangu ni urithi wangu, zawadi ya pekee nitaitunza.
Thank you very much. Convocation Organizing Committee, mwenyekiti na kamati yako, karibu sana.
Zawadi ya pekee nitaitunza. Nchi yangu wakasikilizana, wakasema hello hello Tanzania. Ndugu wa damu, tusibadili mwenendo, tulinde.
Asanteni, tumefikia sehemu ya mwisho ya ratiba yetu kwa ukumbi huu. Ratiba inayofuata kama nilivyosema mwanzoni, tutakwenda kwa ajili ya chakula cha mchana. Lakini kwa kutuongozea zoezi hili, naomba niwakaribishe ushers ambao mtatusaidia kutuongozea meza kuu kwa ajili ya kupata chakula cha mchana. Members of the audience, ningeomba tusimame ili kuwaruhusu meza kuu kwenda kupata chakula cha mchana. Ushers.
Tanzania ya Mama Samia inang'ara. Tanzania ya Mama Samia. Tanzania ya Suluhu Hassan mama yameremeshwa. Tanzania ya Mama Samia inang'ara.
Sasa naomba tukae kidogo tupate utaratibu wa jinsi tutapata chakula. Chakula kipo kingi sana. Na uzuri ni kwamba idadi yetu sio kubwa sana. Nimeombwa niombe jambo moja kama sio mawili. Jambo la kwanza, ninaomba sana tusilie chakula katika ukumbi huu. Kama tunavyojua kesho graduation tunafanya humu. Kwa hiyo tukila chakula humu tunaweza kufua na kufanya